Welcome to the dojo.
Check out Joe, he's a Reddit bro, likes to edit posts, and he starts to glow when he gets the most of votes or likes. Yeah, he's really hyped, really psyched, cause the club is really tight and the work is really light. His training plan is the first thing your eyes see, cause he got more follows than my boy Eric Dicey. Opinions on Magnus, Hans, and Karyakin, who cheated who, which ain't hacking. He got stunned by Short, ignored by Dvorak, but he can't be wrong, he scored a like from Truon. He's got lightning attacks on GM blunders and gaffes, to not over the board, it's only the other chap. Still his 7-year plan ensures the last laugh. Distractions detract from any actual actions. Excuses are useless, he rues his inaction. Awaits satisfaction, the status of Magnus. He bought 50 books and opened up 10. Fools ought to read Psalms, not my system. He's got 30 alt accounts on every site around. Chessable courses keep looking cheaper by the pound. He got 22 databases and 36 engines, 25 chess sets, and a massive clock collection. He bought merch from Gotham, Bra and Naka, but his game history...
Oh, that ain't it, boss. Bang. There it is. There it is, buddy. Okay. So, do I know what's going on here? Not a clue. But it was an amazing Gukesh show yesterday, so we're going to do it again today. Maybe David will join us. In fact, I'll write him on the Discord. And let's see if we can do that too. I'll write him on the Discord. And I'm going to write him, come join me in the Gukesh show. All right. So let's get into it here. We'll try to figure out what's going on. This dude might be the next coming, man. This is what we're saying. You know, he might be the next one. Okay. Let's just look at how it went down. Now, this is bold. This has gone through various waves of acceptance and non-acceptance. My favorite story about this is that Kasparov's team forced him to play the Tarrasch back in the day to try to get unbalanced positions against Karpov. And before that, it was kind of looked askance upon. Then it died for a long time, and kind of recently with Dubov brought back. So this is all ancient theory here. CD4. Bishop C5. Now bishop C5, I think this is a little new to me. Okay, it's a little new to me. No, I have seen this. My sense of this is like this is just thought to be bad for black. Okay, so it is in this position that Magzudlu thinks. And one of the things that I've noticed with Gukesh is the kid does not mind playing positions. This is very new. He does not mind playing positions that traditionally are thought of as dubious. He doesn't care, dude. He just doesn't care. So we've seen that a bunch. And what's interesting is like a lot of people will play weird positions, but if the computer says it's a little bit bad, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. This one is another example to me. So the first question Magzulu has to answer here is he has to decide if he wants to win the pawn with bishop takes. Instead, he plays rook e1, and Gukesh is like, Baus, you want to win the pawn with bishop takes knight? Dude says, no, I do not. And then Gukesh says, hey, Baus, you want to win that pawn on d4? You can. You can, buddy. It's all you. Okay, so the last couple moves here, he's tanking. Now, let me just stress, bishop takes knight, knight takes bishop, you're going to win a pawn. Actually, now you're not going to win a pawn, I just noticed, because this will be hanging now at the end of it all. No, it's not even that's true, dude. You could win the pawn. I might come back to this position, but let's just see. Boom. Boom. What a mess. Oh my gosh. Wow. So knight d6 is not going to work because of g5. En passant, chess.com in my little notation screen is like a little info button in case you don't know what en passant is. Rook e3, knight b4, knight d6. All right, and so this is our game position here. Whew. And Abdul is talking about this is the Dubov. Yeah. Like I said in my preamble, it's all Dubov these days. Both players, though, are on their own by move 12. Yeah. We got a question, but why are going for it when you have several solid stuff at your disposal? Well, like I'm saying, this kid, it's a new generation. They don't mind being worse. They kind of like it. They kind of like it. It really stands out in my memory, the game he had against Abbasov in the candidates where he was black. And he played some stuff that me and David were like, dude, you can't play chess like that. Okay, so rook a8. Now, the chump GMs in the crowd would be interested in the moves knight d5 and some kind of snipping on a2. Snipping on a2 looks real sus, as my kids like to say. They say it's real sus. But anyways, that would have been the questions. What is wrong with this move? Yeah, and Sevilita's preaching my language, that he's playing these positions that are a little bit sus and he's winning them. This one, okay, I assume that the problem, I don't know if we want to call it a problem, but we go here, here, here. Now, most people might say to themselves, well, I got at least some juice over there. Okay, so instead, we're getting this position. And white has, it would seem, many moves here that they could do. Okay, I think the very basic threat is g5, bishop e5, knight here. Wait a second, I have another question. What would have happened if I played that move? I got questions, honey. Oh my God, I don't know. That looks like play too. And he played rook a8 so fast. I guess he had to figure it out when he played bishop g2, king g2. But if I was white, I'd be kind of scared here. I'd be like, dude, what happened to my coconuts? Rook b3? I don't know. Whew! So quickly he plays his rook a8. Yeah, we were talking about Ding yesterday. Hopefully, David will join me again. But yeah, there's never been a world champion that was outside the top 20. I don't even think a world champion that was outside the top 5. There's some fake world champions that Algard has, put out there from the 90s, but I don't feel that counts. Queen c6 might also be kind of annoying. This rook a d8, dude. Okay, so then let's just talk about it. This knight is covering the square, preventing rook d3. We're claiming that this is like the power hour. I don't know, man. This is too intense for me. This is a very tactical position. All right, so when we flip it around, let's just, maybe we can get rid of some moves. Like, all right, so we got queen b3. Queen b3 makes a lot of sense. I guess this g5, bishop e5 is the main question. There's a3, looks kind of dumb, because here you're just forcing the knight here. Wow, this rook a d8, man, he played it so fast. So if we imagine a3, pop, 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 the drama is bang, and then your knight's gone. I think your knight's gone, right? The knight's gone. Okay, so we can dismiss a3. And then if we play queen b3, knight f d5 maybe too. Knight f d5 might hurt our coconuts. That might just be what they call unpleasant right there. Dude. I'm glad I'm not turning on the computer here. The computer would make it look easy. I don't know. It seems like white must have a way to at least be equal. At least be equal, you would think. Dude. What? Well, Skevix, hold on, man. This Gukesh dude, I mean, if you look at his performance rating over the last year, he's well ahead of Carlsen. Well ahead of Carlsen. He's like 28, 50, at least performance rating in the last year. At least. So dude, it's kind of hard to say he's not been the most dominant player. This Ding thing is a catastrophe for the World Championship. Yeah. Abdul, let's just be clear. The GOAT is the GOAT. All right, we're not going to say he's not the GOAT. But, I think that when we think about the World Championship, that we might end up just saying, no, Ding was never world champion. That's what his history might say that. It's cruel, maybe. Cruel, perhaps. But I think that's what history's just going to decide on that. Another crazy thing we could actually see today is there's a lot of variations I'm seeing where black could have the two knights, like we had yesterday. Wow. Okay, I want to go back and see how this went down. I might pull up my database, or the dojo database too. Actually, let's do something kind of fun here. I'm going to grab this PGN. And I'm going to try to do something novel. I'm going to go scoreboard, baby. And I'm going to go games. And I'm going to go analyze a game. Import PGN, pop. Import. Submit. And now, it was fun. We want to see we want to go, say, to this position. And we're going to look at the position database. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to need to expand my window just a touch so you can see. By the way, this Dojo database thing, man, it is for reals. It is for reals. So I think I can extend it here. Look at that Dojo database. Mouse. Here, let's just move it on over. I'll fix it afterwards. But we're just going to see the power of the Dojo database here for a second. By the way, if you haven't seen this thing yet, the Dojo database is updated all the time. You don't have to pay extra like with ChessBase. And you get the Dojo database. This is actually, I should call it, this is the Masters database. You get the table base there, the Lichess database, and of course the Dojo database, which is kind of the heart of the program, people putting in their annotated games. And now we can take a look and look how deep this went. So castles, d4, knight a4. This is 407 games played here, dude, with castles. And now rook e1. So bishop g5 and knight b6 are the main moves here. A couple people played bishop takes c6. Okay, so rook e1, that was a first big thing. And then Gukesh is out of book because he thinks for 13 minutes on this move. And calmly plays h6. I would have played rook e8 too. That was the other main move. All right, thank you. So, and then this is our first novelty here. Oh, no, excuse me. Bishop f4 was played once. And with bishop e6, somebody did it. So they're reinventing theory here. And knight bc5 was also played. Holy pacholi. Bishop d5 also played. So this is a lot of times people, when they see games that have already been played, they say, oh, this is all theory. But for these players, it's not. No, no, no. Okay, somebody played knight b7 here. And now let's say I click view all master games containing this position. So this is Kramnik Sitchev from 24. Wow. On 23. 24-23. So a blitz game, I'm going to assume. Right? Julius Bayer Play-In 2023, chess.com. And the time control, 600 plus 2. 600 plus 2. Okay, so there it is. Oh, the Dojo database, dude. It looks really good. It looks really good. Yeah. Dude, the Dojo database, it is amazing. All right, so there we have it. This position was all known. And knight b7 was played. Actually, wait a second, Cry. Let's just see how, even though it was a rapid or whatever, let's just see the way it went. So knight b7, queen e7. So queen d7 would be analogous to what we see in our game. Knight b6, ab, e4, de, rook e3, bishop d5, rook d3. And now because knight b4 is met by bishop f7, white is on top. Dang. Now this is pure madness here. The position's interesting because we had the two knights ending yesterday. And white won this one. Okay, so back to the front. Let's go back here. And let me jadoob the window here. A little bit of window jadoob. Window dressing. All right, voop. There it is. Oh, and let's just fix that too. Okay. Now, as board, maybe I could make it a little smaller or something. Oh, shoot. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Okay, so we're at rook a8, and as expected, this dude is tanking. He's tanking. He's realizing, oh my God, I'm playing the king, man. I'm playing the king. Merle's asked, what's the difference? Knight b7, queen d7 before knight takes b6 is worse. Well, I think the main difference is in terms of the idea. Well, okay. When we go here, and white plays knight b7 here, the instinct, if you want to call it that, of queen e7 is to prevent this knight coming out. When you take first, now the queen gets to go here, and part of the point is when e4 does happen, the queen isn't opened up on, as it was in that blitz game with queen, or no, rapid game with queen e7. So pop, pop, pop. Now I just want to say something. To me, it felt like, oh, white's getting out, white should be better, and knight b4. I mean, that's a deep move, dude. And if I could put a idea on it, it's that it has nothing to do with this a-pawn and everything to do with coming back. But where it gets even darker is he's just like, no, I can wait. I want to pin your knight to death. And it might even be this knight that comes in so that this guy can cover the rook coming over, you know? Wow, dude. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and guess. The computer will probably be able to find some way out of this for white, but so far, I haven't found it yet. That's right. Melt Like Butter was like, it's a draw. It's a draw. It was just, we can go somewhere else now. Oh, we're done here. We're done. Yeah, G5 for sure. So a very black has a couple concrete threats here. One is this one, and one is this one. If bishop b5, knight g4, crispy critters. Dude, he's getting wrecked. What is he supposed to do? Okay, this is a weird move. How about rook e2? Okay, I don't know if this works, but the intention is that this isn't going to murder me because when you play knight g4, I have bishop c3. That might hurt still, too. That might hurt, too. See, I'll show you how I got hurt there. Boom. 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 And then it's over. Bang! You do something, I take your rook with tempo, goodbye. Goodbye. End of the game. So, oh, that's a bummer, dude. That's a bummer. Oh, man. Okay, so the obvious. Rook e2 is so that I can come here and I won't get slapped with tempo there. But it doesn't seem to work. And then more crudities is here. I have knight bd5, but knight fd5. What do you do? It's immediately done. It's immediately done. Because when I take here, I then check, and then I say take here, and I guard my dude. My dude is guarded. Oh, buddy. This is a welcome to the dojo game, man. This isn't playing. Welcome to the dojo. Dang. Dude, he's at move 20 with black. He plays rook AD8 and he's just like, buddy, you're done. What do you want? You're playing the champ, bro. Playing the champ. He let him get the knight pair. That's right, dude. Merle says rook e4. When do you want to play rook e4? Yeah, the knight pair, dude. He lost control of the ending. It's really hard. I thought he played a brilliant endgame, and then he lost control. And then, in time pressure, swindled the dude, man. Whew. Man, that was big. Yeah. If knight fd5, rook e4. Let's give that a try. So queen b3. Now, by the way, knight bd5 does look strong, but let's just go here first. Here. Right. Here. Now, I think you have to take with the pawn. If you take with a rook, I'm going to say check. Oh, I'm going to say check, and then knight d5, and then you're done. Right? Check, and then knight d5, and then you're done. So I think you have to play gf. Okay, let's go back, and I just want to see if knight bd5 does the deed, because well, it's not going to totally do the deed, right? Because then I have rook d3. There's going to be some real pain, though, here. Like, okay, now, minimum, I go here, 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 and I just have a nice position. I'm going to take this pieshka. Your king is hosed. Goodbye. Why can't I take the knight after rook takes f4? Because, well, I could, but then this guy's fallen. That was the problem there. So, at the moment, the best we found for white, I found for white, is queen b3, knight d5, and rook d3, knight f4, which I think is a technically losing position because white's king is so toast. Oh, wait, a move was played. Rook b3. Okay. Maybe this is why I'm not playing at the highest level there. So rook b3. Okay. One variation where we could get the famed two rooks against the king, the pieces would be the rook. Would be this one. No, this isn't true because I play now here exclam. Look at that, exclam. Okay, so that didn't work out. All right, let's flip it around. Rook b3, maybe genius level move. So now on queen c6, if queen f3, that move is also a clear consideration. However, if we then imagine knight f5, I've solved a lot of my grief. And yeah, I can double the pawns, but it's not so special. Okay, here we go. So let's see if we have some business to do here. So we're going to say if knight bd5, it might be our main move. Bishop e5 is going to be our question. Here's a simple one. Knight bd5, bishop e5, and the simplistic queen e6. Oh, buddy, it's getting hot. Yes, the tactics are just fire here. Here's a crazy tactic. Is this crazy? I think it's a crazy tactic. Here we go. Bishop takes. Now, of course, rook takes is interesting, but knight takes. Rook d3 and pow! Done. Game over. Right? Game over. El Tacticos, baby. Okay, so we're looking for an answer to knight bd5. Now, rook d3 is a thought, but we have the simplistic pop, 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 and your critters are crisped. Your critters are crisped. Dang. So, I'm sure Maxulu has some kind of idea of what he wants here. But it ain't easy to find. Okay, let's look again at bishop e5. Bishop e5 here. Now, you could consider some nasty move like f4. It looks real bad. And at the minimum, he gets his knights. You know? He gets his knights. At a minimum. There's probably something else too. Oh, yeah. So he's just calculating this bad boy, but knight bd5 looks like a real simple one. It is very surprising to me. Well, a couple things that White's in trouble after just 20 moves. That this proud knight just is having a hell of a time. Like rook ad8, exclam. And, yeah, dude. This whole thing where he takes on b7, I'm sure, well, you know, White was taking their time too. They definitely thought about it. Dude, Gukesh is a beast, man. It's funny, too. I kind of looked at the position when I was like going to stream the game. I was like, maybe this is just going to be some dumb draw. You know, I was like, melt like butter. I was like, you know, maybe it's just going to liquidate. No, sir. No, sir. Okay. Oh, yeah, he's waiting. He's waiting to move here. All right. Yeah. Well, if, you know, let's say the obvious, if this game just doesn't simply end, we're going to get into some good time pressure here. One of the things I really admire about Gukesh is the variations I just put on the board, he saw them much quicker than I did. But he really is going to take his time to make sure there's not some freaky little resource that can be pulled out on him. Now, let me say something else obvious. Well, to me, it's kind of obvious. If it's true that this kind of thing is the best white can get, I have a feeling he's got to have better than this. But this one is lost in a different way than the one yesterday, because here the white king is such a disaster, right? And we still have our rook on the board, which is very helpful for that attack. Okay, something happened. Knight BD5. Did you call it, buddy? Did you call it? Welcome to the dojo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So. Well, Joel, knight BD5 was definitely my candidate moves. In terms of what white can do here, I have not found anything that's not just toast. You know, when I'm looking at a super GM play like Barham, I'm expecting that he has something, but I don't see it, you know? Wait, maybe here's an idea. Bishop e5, queen e6. Bishop takes. Now, I want to stress rook takes d6 right now is interesting. But let's consider this. Boom. Boom. Maybe. Okay. But you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. And it's just dead, dude. It's just dead. I'm touching all your coconuts, son. So here, I don't know. And then the big one, bang, death. Death. So again, I have not found a way for white to deal with his problems here. Okay, maybe you could try to suffer like this. Rook here, knight, pawn, knight. That's not what you want, buddy. And I'm going to call that lost. Okay? You know, it's not immediately resignable. Black has a little work to do, but that is lost. So that's unsatisfying for a dude. Wow, man. Actually, does anybody have access or a link for me for the vid feed on this wonderful game? Because that would be fun to watch. Who do I think is stronger, Arjun or Gukesh? Well, they're both amazing, man. And Prague is no slump either. So they got a whole generation that's amazing. I don't see any way out for dude here. Everyone likes Gukesh better. Well, dude, I mean, when you're playing, he's got a chance at the title, you know? Also, he's just 18. He looks like he's 90, but he's only 18. Okay, a move has been played. Bishop e5. All right, so our take was that queen e6 was the move. Now, here's a thought for white. You could play this nasty, it's a very nasty move, but you could play queen e1. It's very nasty. And now, honestly, knight g4 just looks like we win the game. Maybe knight g4, you can play knight c4. Maybe. I have my questions on that too. Okay, so knight g4 is amazing, but I just want to point out this position, if he finds nothing else, looks very strong, you know. It's just like, in contrast to yesterday's game, here black will be able to generate threats on the white king. But maybe this is the thing that Parham's trying to bail out to. And I don't see another move besides queen e6, but it wouldn't surprise me if there is one. Actually, the other one he could do if he just wants to capitalize immediately on it is queen c6, and then next move, take it and say thank you very much. So we got more than one way. Good question. You could play queen d4 too. Basically, it's essentially the same thing, right? It's essentially the same thing. And I think, like I said, I think it's technically winning, but it's true that Black needs to do a little work. In particular, right, he needs to create threats against the Black king. There is basically zero counterplay here for White. So it takes so hard to get something going on the queen side. Yeah. I would say White has a clear aim in this position. If he could trade rooks or queens, then he has good chances of surviving, right? So at least it would be clear to him, oh, what do you got to do, son? What do you got to do? And we might get, if that, one thing about this is when a game goes wrong against a super GM, like it has here, then we have, what do we got? Then we have the end game from hell. And it's hard to beat those guys when you're in the end game, as we kind of saw yesterday, right? What an end game that was. Yeah, we got bishop e5 on the board. Queen c6, bishop f6 doesn't bail out because you just play knight f6 check. All right, queen e6. I called that one, buddy. By the way, queen c6 looks like it was completely crushed with, also a nice position, but I think the point is later you could lose a tempo on c6. We don't want to lose a tempo. For example, queen c6, let's just say you're a weenie and you play king g1 and I snip, then there's this tempo loss here, I believe. I was just looking, looks like a tempo loss. I was just, maybe there's some weird knight c3 here that's blowing my mind, but I'm not going to look at it right now. Okay, so queen e6, simple and strong. And then queen d4 is Merle's move. I don't see anything better. Again, the point is bishop f6, knight f6, rook d3, knight e4, toast. Now, we're talking about Arjun's game. I'm just going to focus on the one. We focused on just the one yesterday, and it was very satisfying, dude. It was very satisfying. And the main reason is I'm going to be covering this dude in not too short of a time. And I want to give, in the World Championship, and I want to get a sense of how the kid plays, as much as I can. All right, queen e6 was played. Now we got queen d4. Merle's called that. And the question is now, does Black have anything better than rook takes d6? The issue with knight g4, I believe, would be some rook to the d file. Right. Maybe there's a way to make that work. Also, knight g4, you have to contend. Oh, you don't. Well, you got to contend maybe with bishop g7. So a chump GM would just lop that knight off on d6, and let the progresso suit begin. But our boy, he don't play like that, dude. He don't play. He's going to see if there's any other fancy thing that he can do. Pari Yemplo, maybe you get away with knight e7. I don't know. That's the kind of thing I think he's going to be looking at, though. I don't like knight e7 because of rook b6. He's going to be looking at moves like 97, yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, too. That position that's arising, what it has in common with yesterday's two knights, even though I feel it's a totally different flavor because now the two knights are really going to have chances to attack the white king. But what's similar is that both sides will make mistakes, and they're going to need their time. They're going to need their clock time, dude. They're going to need it, man. I don't know why it's not allowing Joel to say knight g4, queen g7. Bishop g7. Yeah, I don't think knight g4 works for more than one reason, honestly. I also don't understand knight g4, rook d1. Merles is saying that the more he sees, he thinks that maybe it's playable. I don't know, man. It's funny though. Here we have two knights, and we're down a pawn. And yesterday it was equal pawns, but this one I feel is even better for black because of the drama against the king, and really, even though we're down a pawn on the queen side, we have it's very hard to see how white actually gets play over there. But like I said, if white can trade off a rook or the queen, then he's in business. Well, you know, it's a little bit like yesterday too. I felt when we first entered the end game, I was like, okay, this is winning. And I still think it was in like a technical sense. But on a practical level, it was immensely difficult. And dude, Gukesh found amazing moves. Absolutely stunning moves. And so maybe this will prove also similar in that white might be able to find some ways to just consolidate without getting wiped out. Well, you know, maybe it wouldn't be so easy. Like, maybe you begin with a simple move like this just to avoid the queen c6. And here black can do so many things. A super basic move would be rook e8. It's pretty difficult, dude. Again, if white can trade the rooks, he's in business. But you can see this knight's making it difficult for the rooks to challenge our coconuts. Sudabi asks, even after exchanges, how do we plan the attack? Well, right, first of all, we don't want any exchanges. Here's a thought I had for white, a little bit weird. You could go back. You could just say, Boss, I got to get back. I got to get back anyway. And if I go here, you go here. And if I go here, you go here, right? That's a little bit more interesting. Still, a very simple move would be queen e6. You talk about planning the attack. Hello. Hello. Oh, it's not easy, man. It's not easy. Oh, this is very unpleasant. And at some point, to push Harry is going to become a thing. We need squares inside here. You know, the knights need to find some little posts to land themselves on. Yeah, he's tanking, dude. He's looking to see, can I crank him with some other fancy tactic? All right, guys, I deserve, because it's been a long morning, I deserve a coffee. I'm not going to put on the starting soon thing, though. I'm going to leave this bad boy up. I'll be right back. All right, my friends. Oh, he still hasn't moved. He still hasn't moved. Well, it's a perfect time to get a coffee then. I was worried this thing wouldn't update and you guys would be staring at some position that wasn't even real. Oh no, Gukesh. Now, this is a thing, you guys can tell me what you feel, but I feel a weakness of Gukesh is a lot of times he will tank where he doesn't need to be tanking. And you can say, oh, he doesn't need the time. No, he needs the time, man. People need the time, bro. People need the time. Yeah, everybody needs the time, boss. So, and we saw it yesterday too. If he had more time, he wouldn't have lost control over the end game. Now he still won. His opponent also, I mean, it basically just turned into a mad scramble at the end, right? But definitely time was a major problem in the last game. And here, dude, he's looking for something besides rook d6. You know, I'm just gonna say, dude, I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine a different move besides rook d6. Yeah. I can't even imagine it. This guy Maksudlu is interesting to me. Just because he has like this incredible confidence. And he actually, in a number of interviews, is just like, yeah, I'm going to be world champion. It's just what's going to happen, you know. And, you know, most chess fans are like, what, dude? No, you're not. No, you're not, buddy. Sorry. You know, but still, it's kind of cool to have a massive confidence. Yeah. Dude, Gukesh, buddy. You're killing me, bows. Oh, dude. What are you thinking about? What is it that you're thinking about? What is it, Mr. Gukesh? What could you possibly be thinking about? I don't see it, Mr. Gukesh. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't. Berlin chess is talking rook d7. It's hard to imagine. Oh, Gukesh, you're killing me, dude. You're killing me. You're gonna that coming endgame, let's call it a middle game actually, is so intense. And it's gonna be like yesterday. He's gonna need to find exacto moves. Oh, buddy. Naka not playing, huge miss for the US. Of course, dude. Of course. Huge miss for Naka, too. Huge miss for Naka, dude. That guy, you know, every chance in the world to become world champion, and he's just not doing it, dude. You know? And then, of course, as a fan, not playing in the Olympiad, it's kind of like, dude, it's kind of like a little ding-esque, you know? A little ding-esque not to be playing. Yep. Ultimate Chico asks, why lightly so many 2 nights endgames? It doesn't happen too much, but we had it yesterday. Biku says that India might win 3.5 to a half, only Prague game looking drawish. Yeah, well, they're playing a weaker team, dude. I mean, the Iranians are great, but, you know, you're playing India, bows. India. Yep. Oh, the Gukesh, dude, please, you just move, bro. You're killing us. Cross online is thinking about knight e7. 97, I could just keep seeing rook takes b6, dude. I guess he's looking at all this stuff, dude. Yeah, I don't. Ferrugia, what are you doing, man? That's like Ferrugia's a weird dude. He's got, he's got his own little things going on. I don't know what's going on with Ferrugia. Yeah, and one of the things actually we got to say is like, if Gukesh establishes himself, then finally Magnus is going to be like, oh, dude, wait a second. I was the top dog. Now everyone's talking about this kid. What's going on there? You know? And then he's going to finally realize, like, oh, I blew it. I blew it, man. I should have been playing the World Championship all along. My skills are fading. I finally feel it. I'm in my late 30s. I'm hosed, man. What's going on? It's a little too late then. I don't know. You know, they play a match. Gukesh might not be so friendly with him, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, melt like butter. We can only hope, dude. We can only hope. One problem for Magnus is, dude, just because you play in the candidates doesn't mean you're going to win the candidates. You know what I'm saying, right? Candidates tournament's hard to win. All right, Gukesh, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you it's over. You got to move, bud. No more messing around. We're not interested. You got to move, Bows. You got to move. You gotta move, Gukesh, you gotta move. And the worst part is, like, rook d6, bishop d6, queen d6, then that's when the party's starting, dude. That's when the party's starting. It's going to be a long struggle after that. Oh, dude, I guess, okay, what I want to know is, what is it? He's thinking about something. But I just want to know what it is, dude. All right, Cross Online's got some ideas. So he's saying knight e7, rook b6, knight d7. I don't know. Maybe this is the weird thing he's looking at. Oh, maybe true. Okay, so let's give Cross Online's idea a second here. So knight e7, we're going to just try to say the obvious things. We're threatening knight c6, as well as knight f5. So, bishop f6 is a fail because of this. No, Cross Online, maybe. At the very least, this could well be what the guy's thinking about. Whether right or wrong, right? This could be the thing the guy's thinking about. Oh, he's really tanking. Oh, it's freaking me out. Well, I got to admit, Cross, that good. I'm happy you brought it up. I wasn't seeing it. I was dismissing after rook d6. And I think this is anti-intuitive because you're blocking your business. But if it's true, as they say, right? Isn't that what they say? What a mess. Oh, this is really messy. One thing that's blowing my mind right now is knight f7. No, I think I just play queen f7. Because I can always get out with like knight f5. Okay, here's another one. Oh my God, look at this one. Knight b7. Queen takes, knight takes, knight takes. So if rook d8, he's got bishop c7. Wow. Wow, look at that one, man. Holy crap. Oh, wait a second. Maybe that's in fact what's going on. So knight b, is this for real? No, it can't be real. He takes here. No, but then I get, well, that's better for white right there. Okay. Knight d7, knight b7. What? Feels unreal. Lear's talking knight b7. You guys were we're thinking at the same pace. Knight b7's a hell of a drug. Oh, and he's still thinking, dude. He's still thinking. Holy crap. Okay, move finally made. Knight g4. What? Oh, man, okay. All right, I had dismissed this. Cry had dismissed this. All right, Cry, why did you dismiss this? Because of rook d1 was the thing that I couldn't understand. Okay, so let's put that on the board. Rook d1. How does Black mess with us here? There might be other moves. I just want to put that one out there. Also, bishop g7. I don't get bishop g7 either. Right, knight d3, I just take the thing. With the rook. I think pawn takes is also a fine move, but I take it with a rook. What? What the freakazoids? Dude, he tanked forever. I mean, let's just say the obvious. That position with rook d6, he obviously saw it, probably thought it was fine. Maybe he thought white was going to hold that thing. Then he finds this move, and the claim has to be then that you're just plumb winning, right? Okay, so my friends, how are you plumb winning after this? Okay, time out. I have a couple ideas. What about the famous knight e7 now? Okay, and so the point would be that if bishop g7, look at this, you guys, knight f5, if queen g4, we have knight e3. This guy's a genius, dude. Okay, time out. Maybe we're figuring this out, dude. Okay, so the thought is on rook d1 that's our intention. We got other moves to figure out too, but I think knight e7 might be very unpleasant. What? Wow. Holy moly. All right, he's here. The man is here. The man being Bruce. Join. All right, boss. You ready to see some madness?
Yeah.
All right, dude.
I'm
Because
ready.
he's playing fire today, dude. Fire. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to grab your screen, and then I'm gonna talk through what I understand about this crazy position. Okay. Actually, I got your screen already. Fantastic. Okay.
Nice.
So, dude, let's go back to Rook AD8. Bam. And then in this position, we're like, oh my God, Maksudlu is in big trouble. Maksudlu plays this frustrated Rook B3.
Wait, Magsudlu's in big trouble? He's up.
He's up a pawn, but he's in
right?
trouble because this knight's pinned to the craziest.
You just can't untangle
It's
his stuff.
very right. So I want to say my first impression of this position too was like, oh, Gukesh needs to somehow play for equality. Gukesh doesn't play for equality, bro. Rook B3, knight here. Now we saw this far, and we were like, okay, dude's gonna play Rook D6, get another 2 knights, and I believed that this position was clearly better for black or winning. You take your pick, right? Because the white king is grief. So any chump GM would have taken that thing. Dude,
I mean, I would have done it in like 5 seconds.
5
yeah.
seconds. Gukesh tanks forever, dude. Forever. In fact, I want to tell people how long it was. 25 minutes. Going down to 10 minutes on the clock. And I'm yelling at him. I'm saying, you're going to play Rook D6 anyway. Blah, blah, blah. And this is the move he comes up with, bro. Bang!
What on earth?
What on earth, right? Okay, now the first thing I think I understand is I had dismissed this move because of Rook D8. But then after knight E7, I'm not seeing a way out for white.
Skibik says, I don't think that any move played after 25 minutes is good. These guys are playing a different game than us.
That's right.
Like, if the dude sees a way to win in like 50 moves and he sees them all for sure in advance, then he's allowed to do it.
Well, what's really fascinating too is like he had that really nice position with Rook D6, and he's like, wait a second, maybe I can end the game.
Right.
Okay, let's see what happened. Rook D1, I called it. Actually, and I think what we're gonna the presumption here is that knight E7 is the idea. I haven't found a way out for white yet. Here's a knight's variation. Boom, 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 bang. Game over. Right? Okay.
Now, even this, if white takes and then takes on F8, how dead is it? Oh, the rook on
The
D1.
rook on D1's hanging too, yep. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. So, well, I also just kind of want to appreciate this move for half a second. So, if the other thing I wasn't 100% on was what's happening on bishop G7. Okay, wait, let me just analyze. So here, 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 and this is not, okay, so this doesn't do it because he moves the bishop and he's fine, right? So what was the magic here after bishop
Unless the bishop
D7?
has nowhere to go. No, it's got A3.
What was the magic here, dude?
By the way, Jesse, rook D1 was played. Bishop G7 was not played.
I know, but I'm just trying to understand the epicness, the epicness of knight G4, because you got to calculate this one too. Maybe it's like this, Mr. Bruce. Yeah, no. I was going to say rook D6, bishop F8, and then go back, but it's mate here.
Yeah. There's not going to be a lot of moves right there.
D6, bishop F8.
Is there knight check in advance, Jesse?
I don't think I get it, though.
No, it doesn't work.
Wait, let's check. So 93. Oh, maybe. Because, see, I go pawn takes, rook takes, and your queen has no squares, bro. Queen c3, I got rook c8. Oh, shit.
Yeah. But I think there's rook e3, and it's the same as the line you looked at before.
Okay,
So I
but
don't
wait,
think this is
rook
the answer.
e3, 93,
Mm-hmm.
and then what?
Then queen e3.
No, but this isn't the same, because now I
Oh, it's
have,
not.
because I
Oh,
have
I found the
snip,
answer by accident.
snop, and boom.
Yeah.
Now, you could try to hold this position. Maybe what black has something better than this, because this maybe you could hold with knight f5, knight d4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we'll go back to the game. At the minimum, black had this. Rook d1, baby. And okay, so let's see if we were right about 97. We are. Damn.
Yep.
And so far, we have seen nothing for white.
He's got 16 moves to make in 7 minutes. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay.
But it's got to be said, it might be. I mean, his claim basically is that it's over. Because the other position, rook takes d6, was very pleasant, right? So when you play it this way, you're saying, Baus, I gotcha.
Yeah. So against rook b6,
This knight takes e5.
there's knight takes e5. Simple. Against f4, there's knight f5, I guess.
f5.
But okay, humor me for a second. F4 for white.
Yeah. By the way, knight c6 might also be a move, but let's start with knight f5.
Yeah. So you go knight f5, I just take it.
Yes, we look.
Right? And then take on d4 with knight.
The knight. We're definitely going to say check to the miserable king.
Yeah. And the king's going to back up to g1.
And
Only move.
But this is, at the very minimum, it's lost with knight e5. That's a minimum, though. Like f6 also looks strong,
All right.
right?
Baseline lost.
Mr. Bruce, can I tell you a story?
I love stories.
So back in the day, Nikitin wrote this book called Training Kasparov. It's a 2-volume thing, really interesting. And they forced him to play the Tarrasch against Karpov. He didn't really want to do it, but they forced him. They're like, mother effer, this is the Soviet Union, you're playing this, because we know that he doesn't like the complications and we want the madness, right? Then Dubov reinvents this thing, and what do we got? We got these crazy positions like this, man, right? Tactics like mad, dude. Like mad.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, maybe there's some way to arrange it so that when I take here, you play rook here and pin me. A little hard to believe, but I'm just trying.
And see, I'm just looking at the opening. He played this early d4, and then the pawn was just hanging the whole game.
Yeah, he didn't care, dude. He didn't care. Actually, you know what was really cool about that is that was the first time I used our Dojo Masters database. Oh, it works really well, dude. I mean, we have all of the update games. We got everything in there, man. And so, right, it's a line with this Dubov thing that has been popularized.
Oh my god. I mean, this whole game is genius in a way.
Of course it is, dude.
Oh.
We ain't playing. Now, here's a dumb question. How about Bishop F4? Just simple.
Were you about to say we're not playing NFL Europe here?
No, but that's funny. So if I play knight f5, maybe you could go queen d5? Which I think just brings us to the basic question.
Of queen e2.
Oh, I wasn't thinking queen e2. I was thinking g5.
Okay. I meant obviously knight f5, queen d5, queen e2, but yeah, let's do g5.
I see what you're saying, yeah. That might work too.
g5, bishop c1.
But then knight f5 is the end.
Yeah. And also bear in mind that there's always this move knight c8. If knight f5 has some kind of calculations where they can get enough pieces for the queen, you could play knight c8, and I think it's done. Like bishop c1, knight c8, you just take the piece.
Fair, yeah.
No calculatsk.
And then if we imagine h3 takes, black has several things, but your knight c8 would be the default. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Oh man, this is chess at a new level, man. I think one of the things that was said in chat, I think it was Merle's, said this thing that my coach would say as well. And my coach, very clear, like if you think longer than 10 minutes, it's a blunder. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean necessarily the move you make is going to be a blunder, but you just blundered 10 minutes of your time.
right.
And so you're not really allowed to do more than 10 minutes.
But I disagree.
Well, okay. But here, actually, he did make a caveat. He said, only if you are winning or losing. Or
Yeah.
if you think you are winning or losing, can you do it? So obviously,
Yes.
obviously Gukesh thinks he's winning.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying the kid is really comfortable pushing the clock. And
Yeah.
a huge part of yesterday's, where it got harder than it needed to be, I think, was definitely the clock, right? That's how that thing got hard.
Yeah. Eric Icey often does the opposite, right? Like he tries to think really hard on the opponent's time and then just like play really fast and put them in time pressure. Whereas Gukesh is like, I'll go into time pressure. I'll use all the time, but find the best moves.
I think actually this rook d1 was a little fast on Maksudlu's part. He thought for 5 minutes on rook d1, but like
He
this,
thought 25 minutes and said you're lost, and then how did he pick rook d1 in 5 minutes over bishop g7 and other things?
because if you see knight e7, right, you're gonna be like, uh-oh. And
All
you
right.
don't want to move it unless you actually did. All right, we got bishop g7, knight f5.
Yep.
All right, our take on this was hopeless, but let's see if Maksudlu can find something.
What if the queen just runs away? What's black doing? They're playing knight takes g7, I
Knight
guess.
g7, thank you very much. Or king
And
g7.
then leave
I
that
don't know.
poor knight on d6.
Yeah.
Okay, and Merle's is thinking maybe knight f5 here, so then obviously black takes on d4. And then I feel like Merle's is going to take with the knight to hit the queen.
But then queen d5, and it's good
Queen's
night.
going to give a check on d5, hoping to play king g7.
Yeah, so that's where I don't get that one.
Yeah. I agree with Jay. It's possible that Maksudlu had looked at this while Gukesh was tanking, you know? For 3 or 4 minutes, you're thinking about rook takes d6, and then your opponent's thinking for 10 minutes, 15, 20, and you're like, okay, what else are they looking at?
First of all, knight g4 is stone cold brilliant. And I want to go back, and we also, Cross Online had some ideas here too with like, Cross was thinking about, I think, you know, the problem is for white and black, there's more than one move. If you're not going to play rook d6, you could also consider knight e7. We looked at this one, for example. For half a second, this one seemed, check this out, David. This one seemed like maybe black's winning here. And then we found, bam, oh no.
This position looks very confusing, Jesse.
Look at this knight b7 thing. And then this is the shakedown. Boom, 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 bam. Oh,
I'm seeing
damn,
it
my
coming at the end.
coconuts, dude. You know?
Yeah.
happened to my coconuts? So I'm trying to say, dude, this knight g4, like if you, I don't know, it's well plausible. Knight g4, dude, like, I'll just say
Oh, we got moves, Jesse. We got moves.
I shut it down. So bishop g7, knight f5, queen f4, knight g7, someone's down a piece.
Yeah, he gave the piece. I mean, and it's still a complicated position, right? Because Gukesh's pawns are kind of trash.
Right. Well, that's what Magsudlu's hoping. To me, it's looking like a piece.
Well, hang on. It's already 2 pawns. He just took on b6. That's 3 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
So what I want to say is Gukesh has to win by attacking in the middle game.
Yeah.
At this point, right? He's committed. He's got to still make something out of the rook on d1, knight on d6, king on g2. He's just got to kill the guy.
And I want to say something basic here. That knight is still pinned. The fundamental problem of the game has not gone away.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of different moves here for black that look juicy. If you were just playing blitz chess, maybe you play rook d7. You know? We got other thoughts too. Let's
White's
talk.
intention might be to play like rook c1, but I guess the rook on b6 also needs to be defended at some point.
Here's a fun variation. Look at this one. Knight e8, knight takes.
Oh God, I know what you're doing.
Anyways, it does. So white survives that one. There's no knight e8.
Yeah, show people.
Well, it's pretty hectic, dude. I mean, actually, I was trying to make some clever trick, but you don't actually have to be clever because this queen is being attacked.
Right.
So it's kind of a done deal here.
Oh, okay.
Knight f5, no lo puedo because of queen g4. Yeah. I think it's a fair assumption that if my pawn were here, then knight f5 would be winning. Not 100% on that, but yeah, that looks like it's true. Mm-hmm. Hey, Gukesh, you might have needed the time, buddy.
Let's see what he's got. 13 moves? Ay, ay, ay. 28, 29, 30. No, he's got 14 moves to make.
Okay, one very basic move, if you're just playing blitz chess, would be knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah.
That doesn't really do too much, but it's a move.
It just makes the knight not hanging. I would like my knight not to be hanging.
Now, we know this Gukesh kid, he's going to try to end white's life.
Okay, how about knight f6 then?
Knight f6. Intending ye old knight d5, right?
Yeah, worked once before, right?
Okay, but there's knight c4.
Okay, I'll calculate that. All right, knight c4, I go rook d1.
And then rook takes e6.
And fe6, defending my knight on f6.
Oh, let's look at that crazy variation. Now, by the way, there's also maybe queen h6. We're going to look at that next.
I should have an outrageous number of pieces by that point, right? I know I have no pawns, but...
Yeah. This would be hard to win as black, honestly, right? Because like even queen h6, and like it's going to be really hard to coordinate your cognition.
Knight g4, rook f2. I mean, I have to play for mate, right? I got no pawns. That's clear.
Yeah. Okay. So, oh my God, this is a hard move for me. He played f5. He played f5. Okay.
Love it.
Do you love it? You sure about that?
Yeah, it was one of the moves I was wanting to play, just anchoring the knight on g4.
And okay, so let's say the obvious move would be knight c4.
Rook d1. Knight. No, it says weakening the king. Oh boy. He's just assuming he's got so many pieces that the king will be covered.
Yeah, look at it, dude. There's no way in. Wow. No, dude.
The queen almost doesn't have a square to go to, Jesse. Where does she go?
You got to go F3.
She's got one square on the entire board, right? That's unreal. She's almost trapped on F4, Jesse.
And then on queen F3, at the bare minimum, we have this one followed by this one.
I don't know what this one is, but maybe rook C1 to C2.
I was thinking rook D4. Sorry.
Okay.
With my little arrows.
Yeah, that doesn't let white play queen D5.
Right.
Rook C1, queen D5 might be messy.
Oh, dude, this is going to be a hard position to calculate, dude. Oh, my God. Okay. So, now, first of all, does black have a threat?
Maybe knight H5? Previously, knight H5, queen F5 was why I didn't like knight H5, which was suggested by somebody in chat.
But the thing is, the problem is, okay, the knight is at this point both a strength and a weakness. Because how do we actually, after F5, it's hard for me to see how we're actually getting to that bad boy. Like, even if white played like a jerk face, like a computer move, maybe A4. Let's just put that on the board.
Okay.
Beyond just pushing the pawns, maybe the pawn on A5 defending our rook is cool.
Okay. Fair enough. So what happens if black plays knight H5? Wait, no. I have something I like better. No, I don't like it. No idea. What am I doing?
Maybe knight H5. I mean,
okay, yeah, let's try knight H5. We gotta move something. Maybe you have queen C4 though, right?
no, queen C4 I take and then take on D1.
Taking the rook, yeah, okay, good.
So I was going to put it somewhere, either F3 or B4. I don't know which one. That feels safer. Let's put it there.
All right. Doesn't seem to have helped me much.
Should have played rook takes D6, dude.
All right, I'm with Jake. Now we play F4, Jesse.
White has so many moves here, boss.
Yeah.
As in so many. Knight F7's a move.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just to be fancy, let's put knight F7 on the board.
Might as well try it.
My coconuts don't like this, dude.
Queen B6.
I'll take this bad boy first.
Which one?
Knight D8.
Knight D8. Okay.
The critters are crisped.
Why?
Well, I just want all your coconuts, dude.
No, you didn't. I'm still up a knight.
But you're gonna lose a coconut.
Which
Aren't you?
coconut? Let's go past Queen G6.
Queen G6.
Let's head back over.
Okay, maybe. Okay, let's go back. So F5, A4 is just like the balls of steel move.
Yeah, just the absolute disrespect. Just
It's
what
the absolute disrespect, dude. Knight C4 is a human move, but I think we both like black's position after that.
After what?
After knight C4.
Oh yeah, knight C4. Yeah, just take the rooks. I think black's winning.
Another basic move could be rook D4, intending, let's say, knight H5 and queen D2. But there you do really have to worry about knight H5, F4. How impressive is F4? I don't know, but it looks kind of scary, right?
Mm-hmm. A little bit.
Oh, buddy.
This
Dude,
position's a mess.
Gukesh is putting on a show, man.
We certainly could not calculate something like this in 5 or 10 minutes from either side. I wonder how much Gukesh and Param are going to blunder, or to what extent they're able to do this. Merles wants to play h3. I think that is a fundamental question. Let's look at h3 for a second. Knows one option. I mean, we don't know for sure the whole point of f5, but one point of it is so you could play knight h5 without queen f5, because knight h5, queen f5 was not good.
Right.
Another possible reason is so you can move your queen without hanging your knight. So if white did absolutely nothing, I mean, black could conceivably play a move like queen a2 after f5, and then knight e6 and proceed that way. But obviously, we don't know the whole point.
Yeah, I'm assuming 95.
Oh, Liart, you're right. Queen f5 was not possible. Okay, 95. Against rook e1, there's queen d5 check,
Exactly.
probably.
Right?
Oh, yeah, and then knight d3. Ooh.
I think that 95 is an improvement for the black position. So unless white has something concrete after h3, they probably don't want to do it. Also,
Yeah,
we should
fair
say
enough.
that on a4, maybe just knight e5 just to be a simpleton, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Besulu's tanking now, my friends. Also, let me just be real basic here. If it's just white's move, black's move, I think we can play queen a2. Because pawns are pawns.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Great.
queen a2 would kind of get out of our mess a little bit and enable queen a8 later.
Yeah, queen a8, knight e6 to g5.
So in that sense, a4 isn't just a full disrespect move. Very difficult to calculate because in here, you know, I played queen f3 the first time around, but queen b4 definitely seems like also a move. I mean, f4, you are gonna something happened.
Yeah.
h3 happened. Oh,
I think
knows, buddy. Whether it's right or wrong, you win this one.
think
You win
queen
this
b-
one, knows.
I think queen before queen e2 might have been bad, Jesse.
That could be.
Because with the queen on b4, if you play rook d2, black has knight e3 check, and then mate next move.
All right, so I won the next one, 95.
Did he play it fast? Oh, yeah.
30 seconds, yeah.
All right. So, rook e1 fails to knight d3 or to queen d5 check, followed by knight d3. Knight e4
94.
is queen b6.
I just played queen b6. Yeah.
Knight c4.
Just queen takes c4.
Rook d8. That's not super amazing.
No. Let's say something obvious. Black needs to mate
Yes.
in
Yeah,
general.
no pawns left.
Well, let's just say if I win one of the queenside pawns, I can dream about just wailing on the guy. Actually, I take it back. You don't necessarily have to mate. So we have to combine the threat of mate with picking off your pawns.
I'm not certain of the calculation after knight c4. Just the series of captures eludes me.
Yeah, okay, let's take a look. So queen c4. And you wanted to play rook d8. I think that's forced.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try rook d8. Let's try queen e5.
Right.
And now I'm ready to do my business. Queen a2.
Rook h6.
Check to the miserable king.
Queen a8. The famous business.
Welcome to the dojo. And look at how this knight is covering these nice entry squares. We got that one covered
I can't
too.
believe that you can play rook d1 after king h2 and there's not a check.
Let's put it on the board, Vows. Ow! Welcome to the dojo.
Nobody.
Welcome to the dojo. And on f3 we go bang. Oh, welcome to the dojo.
That is the least well-protected king that ever couldn't be checked.
It happened all of a sudden too. It was just like, oh shit, there it goes. That was a fun variation.
So you're saying against knight c4, black's whole point is just to take the pawn on a2. And that somehow here with white's queen on e5 and rook on b6, black doesn't get wailed on. Knight c4 has been played, by the way.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because, half a second ago, I was like, our knight on g4 is our good knight, and our knight on g7, the fianchetto knight, is not the good knight. But he just proved himself a defensive genius in that variation.
Okay, another key is that white can't play rook b7 because of queen c6 after some of the trades here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is forced, right? Queen c4? Yeah, it's forced. So queen c4. This is also forced, rook d8. Yeah. This is also forced. This is also forced.
I just kept thinking there would be more moves that I wasn't seeing, but I couldn't see moves other than these.
I couldn't see either, right? And then maybe we got something more fancy than queen a2, but that looks like as long as rook h, the only thing you got to calculate here, right, is does rook h6 crush our coconuts? Oh,
sorry, Jesse. Let's calculate something else instead of queen a2, because queen a2, rook b7.
Okay, but watch. Queen a2, rook b7, taste these nuts.
Which ones?
Queen d5.
Oh, come on.
Well, that's a winning endgame.
You're gonna struggle with that endgame.
I don't know. How much am I going to struggle? How much am I?
If your two pawns were connected, and white didn't have the b pawn, it's a very difficult win. Very difficult.
Well, all I know, it's very pleasant for black. Very pleasant. So
I
you want to
got
look?
something else to
Okay, what do you got, boss?
Before you go into this endgame.
Yeah, you want
Don't
rook?
take on a2. Calculate instead the move rook to d1.
Right.
Because, as you know, Gukesh doesn't mess around. He's not so into pawns when he gets into this kind of a mood here.
That's so into pawns when he gets into this kind of mood.
Yeah. I mean, there's games he grinds like yesterday, right?
No, it might be true. It might be true.
Knight g4, dude's not counting the pawns.
Okay, things have happened. Queen c4, rook d8. Rook takes, queen takes. Now let's just congratulate ourselves for a moment. We found our way to here, and now we have the amazing rook d1, which honestly looks great, and the default queen a2, the chump GM move.
Yeah. Nice thing about rook d1 is white still can't play rook b7 because of queen c6, right? So if you go rook d1 and white tries to tie you up with rook b8, king h7, rook b7, and just hope you don't have mate, you always have queen c6. Even a dude who can't calculate can play queen c6.
Dude, rook d1 is looking very strong. Nozen is noting that queen b5, queen e4 is the end of the world. Looks true. Yeah, the knight is a defensive genius over there. Look at that guy.
That's how Magnus won the world championship against Nepo. Was that knight that covered all the checks in the endgame from that square.
Rook d1, boss. You win that round. You win that round, buddy.
That's mate, boy. That's mate. And by the way, I didn't need these other 2 minutes on my clock.
Here's a nice variation I'll just put here. Bang, 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 Mate. Oh, it's not quite mate, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Matovich.
Dude.
Matanovic.
Dude, Gukesh is smoking people, man.
Whew. Every which way.
Dude, knight G4. Knight G4. Like, if you... Let me put it this way. Like, when you have an easy position, like rook takes D6, to then really dig deep and try to make knight G4 work or something else. There were other moves besides knight G4 if you wanted to go crazy.
Yeah.
And the people manning the computers, I'm sure they're saying things like, well, of course you're going to find knight G4. But, you look at that, I dismissed it, dude. I was like, no, it's too hectic. Rook D1, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Doomsday is saying rook D6 was the best move in that position. And I was actually thinking, Jesse, with knight G4, like there's got to be something wrong with this move. There was just too much stuff hanging.
Wait, Mr. Pruth, let me just make sure of something. Rook here. How do we finish him off here?
Okay, that's a good move.
I think, let's try queen F1.
Queen F1 to H1.
Okay, let's try H1.
Kratovich and mate.
Oh, look at this, baby. Oh, welcome to the dojo, baby. Damn!
That's why he played F5. Somebody was asking what was the whole point about F5.
That was the whole point.
That was the whole point. If White goes for knight G4, he's got that checkmate at the end.
Oh, stunning, man. I'm going to say I have a little bit of schadenfreude whenever Maksud loses. Just because, like, the arrogance to claim that you're going to be world champion in a couple years, I was like, nah, boss, So when he goes...
said that?
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, boss, if you feel like you're a genius, we're going to treat you like a genius, That variation was pure evil. He's tanking. If someone has a link to the cams, I wouldn't mind looking at the cams.
I mean, there's a very cute video of like a 10 or 11-year-old Gukesh saying, I would like to try to be world champion one day. But he's just saying, it's like my childhood dream. That's okay.
Right. He is playing with some nuts, boy. Some nuts. Damn.
They say that Arjun also won today, which is brutal.
Yeah, the Indian team is just crushing, dude.
Just brutal.
I mean, they are now, both of those guys are now firm top five, top five.
Two players clearly in the top 5. Prague's about number 10. Prague drew again today. He's been having a pretty drawish tournament so far. I mean, he's playing, a series of 2700s on board 2.
Did Ding play today?
Does it matter? His team already lost to India yesterday.
No, but, it's psychological. I assume they let him play today.
They could have gone home for all that would matter at this point.
They're saying Ding didn't play, man. What a chump. Oh, Barm, I want to see him shaking his head, being like, I thought I was going to be world champion. What happened? Why am I not world champion? Goodbye. This is the end, my friend. Dang.
Okay, I see his video camera, Jesse.
Yeah.
He looks like a trapped animal. he's got 2 legs in a bear trap, and he can hear the hunters are coming. They're like 10 steps away, and he's like looking over his shoulder. They're coming. No, God, this is really, my legs.
Oh, look at this, dude. We have
That's exactly what I look like when I lose. Oh.
India versus Uzbek tomorrow, dude. And Nordebek. Oh,
the rematch. You remember Gukesh versus Noderbek from 2 years ago, Jesse?
No, I don't remember that game. Well, dude, oh, boss, we had a question. Are you around today at the top of the hour?
Depends when the top of the hour is. I'm around.
15
in
minutes.
general. Yeah.
Because, frickin', you didn't respond to the meeting thing, dude.
No, I said I was available for the meeting, but it sounds like they were maybe moving it. But I was planning to do the meeting.
Okay, hold on. Let me just write in here.
And Gukesh played a short game to help me out. I was like, I'm gonna have to stop watching his game, do the meeting, and
I'm pretty flexible, but you know what I'm thinking is that originally, because of the meeting we were going to do, I was thinking that I would do the grad show tomorrow.
right.
But if we're not going to do the meeting, then I would do the grad show today, and then we could cover
let's do a
that
grad
game
show.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, Rook B3 happened.
So that
Wait a second, Rook B3, that's not dumb. Did we miss that? Okay, I have
Queen
a
F1, Queen H1, King F4, Knight H5, King F5, Rook D5.
right, but does he have a perpetual?
Oh my god. That far I hadn't looked.
Oh, whoa. That, excuse me. All right, Rook B3. We were arrogant maybe here.
No. I got other strings to the bow.
We got
So-
we got Queen C6. Queen F1 happened. King F3. Now, I think we should also say that Queen H3 looks like the end of the world too. I mean, because we have achieved everything, but we want we want
drove
more.
the king out and white's not doing anything.
Right.
But it would be nice to give checkmate stats. Okay, Jesse, how about the rook d4 maneuver? Would that do it? So let's go. Queen h1, king f4, rook d4.
Oh, that's cold, dude.
Is good enough or no?
Well, oh, and look at this. So when we give, oh yeah, no, here we go.
Queen h1 played.
We need to win his coconuts though to make sure that there's no fortresses and stuff.
So you want to take the f pawn, not the h pawn here?
I wouldn't feel 100% here. Let's see what happens.
You got queen e4 to e1 here.
I like that.
Yeah.
That Queen C6 looked better than Queen F1 to me.
Okay. The king is on f4.
Oh, maybe I see a potential problem with that Queen C6 thing. Oh, it's not necessary. Okay, Rook D5. Personally, Queen H3 looks more devastating.
Oh, I found something else devastating too here, Jesse. Knight h5 check, king f5, queen h3. Unless there's g4. That would be lucky. Unlucky.
Okay, wait. Rook D5 was played.
That's a cold move in December.
Okay, so Queen E3, Knight H5 is mate. If he moves the queen to B8, then he's going to need to deal with Queen E4 mate threats.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we just have a mating attack, too. I mean, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a king on f4.
Yeah.
You know,
And our
and
king is
Gukesh.
super safe.
And Gukesh can calculate even if we can't, you know? It's like watching a computer play, you know?
Yeah, that's Rook D5 is pretty clinical, dude.
That was clinical. And he could have played rook d4 and won the queen. And he was like, no. It's just-
I didn't trust that one. Yeah, that was like maybe you got a fortress or something. Oh, this is crispy critters, dude.
So that's quite a matchup tomorrow. Gukesh versus Noderbek. I mean, wow.
So let me refresh. Yesterday we had this thing that if we didn't refresh, it didn't Lost
Yeah.
and won, buddy. Damn!
Resignation.
Damn! Welcome to the dojo, buddy. That was next level chess, dude. Rook d8, knight g4. Phew.
Yeah.
f5. Damn. Damn.
Oh, it's so precise, so aggressive.
And this one I want to stress, actually, I'll stress this from just my own personal take on this. When we got to this position with f5, I was not 100% sold that this was actually winning for black. But, well, you know, it knows his move. I knows that wasn't it, h3, buddy. But so what a position, man. Oh, God. What a great game, dude. What a fantastic game. Huh. So, boss, can I show you a position?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me load this bad boy up. So I've been, after I got back from the U.S. Championship, I had some life stuff to deal with, and then I got obsessed with that dumb woodpecker book. It wasn't a bad book, but and so it's only now that I'm getting to analysis. So let me show you this position. I have just a couple questions. So I've driven myself mad with some tactical positions from this game I played. I just want you to tell me if it feels like it makes sense to you. Also, I think were you streaming this game? This is round two.
This game.
Okay, so fascinating position. Now, let me stress, this was where it got to with my prep with the computer.
Right.
Okay, and after the game,
We kind of guessed that while watching.
right after the game, dude was like, "Oh, I should have played knight c4," and then let me first show you the variation we thought was winning for white, and then I'll show you why I think it doesn't work. Okay, so knight c4, knight e6, pawn takes e6, rook e6, king f7, queen f3.
Queen f3?
Yeah, dude.
What is that move?
Bombshell. Okay. But let me show you the problem that I discovered in my own analysis. Now, I haven't checked anything with the computer, and Abdul, if you're out there, do not tell me what's going on with the computer, buddy, because I'm still looking at this game. So, bishop f4, bishop d7. And when I first looked at this analysis, I was like, oh, of course I'm winning this, but check this out. Looks winning, but I can't win this. At least I can't figure it out.
Is it knight e5?
Yeah, rook e5, king d6, and I can't find any discoveries. What a pain in
And
the
on
butt.
c4, there's rook takes c4, huh? Yeah, you can't win this.
Okay. So, by the way, like there's a lot of variations in here, like other things black could do. And I was like busy mapping them out. I was convinced I was going to find them all. And then this thing stumped me, right? Okay, so then I'm going back. I'm like, well, the computer saw something, right? Now check this out. This is what I think the answer is. I was so happy to find this. Look at this. Whack. We take with a rook, boss.
Right. I didn't think you were going to say that, but it makes no sense. It shouldn't work. No
now-
way in hell this should work.
And then I've analyzed queen a5, queen b8, bishop b5, bishop f4, and I can't find a way out for black.
Okay, what's wrong with... I don't know. Bishop takes b5.
All right, let's do bishop b5. I think this is actually one of the more testing variations. Okay, so here we go. Knight c7.
Rook.
Rook. Now, let me just say one of the things. Actually, I'll tell a little story. So during the game, I was not thinking that knight c4 was a move, but the knight is a genius. It's covering all kinds of amazing squares. Okay.
Yeah, knight c4 didn't occur to me either during the commentary. I didn't look at it, didn't consider it.
So now I think there might be more than one way, but this is what I've come up with. I'm not 100% on this, but this is what I've come up with. Rook b5,
Yeah,
bishop f4,
sure.
queen d5. Now, I want to stress there's other attempts for white, but this is the one where I haven't been able to figure out how black coordinates their stuff.
Are you threatening anything?
I think rook b7 is a big threat, as well as, rook b7 is the main one. And the point is, once I take on b7, then like that, the glue is gone. The glue is gone.
Light squared pawn is my glue. So candidate moves for me include knight d6 and rook d7, right?
Good.
The knight d6 could provide some extra glue.
All right, let's deal with knight d6 first. Knight d6, I don't see how your knight gets stable.
Okay. You come to buzzer me. You come to buzzer me like that. Rook to f8. I develop. Ay, ay, ay. You didn't fall for my trap. All right, I resign.
I think rook d7 was the one that scared me the most.
Yeah, let's try that next.
And then here's this weird move, queen f3. And again, I'm talking to rook b7 and g3. I want to play g3.
Right, so now knight e5, queen e2.
Queen e5, queen e2, right.
Castlovich g3.
I always want to admit I wasn't thinking about castles. I sometimes forget that the guy could castle.
Yeah. Let me try this, Jesse. I don't know if it works, but let's try knight e5.
Wait, why doesn't castles ruin my life here?
Castles.
Doesn't that hurt my coconuts?
Oh, without knight e5?
Yeah, just right now.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I have to admit I wasn't thinking he could castle. I gotta play g3.
Okay.
And then the bishop can move all kinds of places. Why am I winning this bad boy? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you're not winning.
Okay, wait. Let me just bear with me 1 second. Let's just put it on b8 for a second. You can change your mind if you want to.
I'd like to go to c7 for the first variation.
Okay. I'm just seeing if my idea works. So queen e2.
Knight e5.
But then and then f4, knight f7, or something like that. Okay.
f4, rook d2 or something like that. It's my turn.
It's my turn. Oh, dude. Okay, so let's go back. So here's knight e6, bishop b5, knight c7, rook c7. Now, I think a default variation for me, which I think is, well, we can evaluate it, but I don't think it's anything special, is here, 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 here. And my take on this position is that it's kind of sort of equal. Yeah. Maybe somebody could claim that white's better, but I don't really have a strong confidence there.
I will claim that black is better.
Okay, so you could claim either way, but I'm not crushing him.
No, nobody's crushing it. A long endgame is in the offing. I think a good move for black at the end there is king d8. Walking towards c8 with the king to coordinate the rooks.
Okay, the other thing I can do is throw in like queen h5, but I couldn't find any variation where g6 was helpful to me.
Okay. What happens if you go queen h5, g6, queen d5 right here? What's the next move?
Okay, pop. By the way, the king d8 is a thing, but let's play g6. And now bishop f4.
Takes on b5 with check, I suppose. Wait, hang on though. Maybe.
By the way, I just want to show this position. So imagine king d8, check, and either bishop d6 or even the crude or bishop d2. And it's just like, oh no. Oh no, what am I doing now?
Right. I mean, you could take on d2 and go queen g5 and get the endgame, which I don't think is good for you.
Yeah.
But let's go rook e1 check instead of queen b5. That's what I realized the moment I let go of it. Here, rook e1 first. You can't block rook e7 because white takes on b5, then e7, then c4. If you block on e5, black can take twice and then take on h8. And if you go king f8, you have maybe queen d8. I don't know if it does anything, but that was my thought.
Wait, but we might have just discovered something. Hold on. How about we don't play queen h5 and we take?
Okay.
And we claim that this is forced. And now we do your move.
Now I don't have the rook open on that e5 h8 diagonal. So it's less simple to me.
Okay, but rook e7 is out. King f8 is out.
King f8, queen d8, king f7, queen h8. Huh? Okay. So bishop e5, f4.
Or check first. Yeah, let's give a nasty check and see what happens.
Okay, king b8. And black is for choice.
No, but you can't say it like that fast. There's all kinds of questions here, buddy.
Okay.
Okay.
Pretend to calculate for 2 more minutes.
You just watched Gukesh calculating some shit that also seemed obvious, dude. What are you doing?
Trying to catch up. Trying to catch up.
Okay, so wait a second. So the question is, and this comes up a lot in this game, is like, do I check on h5 or not? And of course, after queen h5, dude has all kinds of other options besides g6. So if we could get away with queen d5, it would be most enjoyable. Okay, one thought here I have. Queen d5, bishop f4, rook e1, and bear with me a second on this move.
So we're looking at maybe bishop a6, right?
And here, of course, we have a really simple claim about the pawn getting pushed.
Yeah. E6, and you've also got rook d1 as one extra thing you can do. So I think I should try to disrupt you here with rook d7.
Good, I agree, yeah.
See if that messes with your business at all.
And on queen c5, I was going to say you have b6, but then I could play queen c6. So let's try queen c5 first.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go b6. I have a good feeling about it, actually. King e7. Oh no, I missed something, I think. Ugh.
Well, this will be unpleasant for a
The
peasant.
feeling is gone, Jesse. The good feeling is gone. It never lasts long enough. Ay, ay, ay. I only needed one more move, and it was going to be fun.
Well, dude, this whole game, if you get one more move, I'm toast.
I understand. How did that e-pawn cause that much grief? It's like better than either of my minors.
Okay, so here's our situation, and we're saying check to the miserable king here. It's pretty crude, man. I don't see another move besides maybe you could think about knight e5. All right, let's just try it. So the point would be that I can't push you away. I have to take the bishop first, and I can't push you away because of knight f3.
Knight can't move right now.
But see what I'm saying? If I check, your king's going to go somewhere. I don't know where
Right,
yet.
and then when you go g3.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And then I don't quite know how to do it.
Maybe you could try rook e4.
Also, one of the things I've seen in a lot of the other variations is, let's just presume for a second that rook d7 is forced, because otherwise I play g3. I'm not sure that's 100% true, but let's just pretend. If I win the a pawn, then my attack kind of continues. Probably. Maybe not, because he's got knight c6 and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you get to keep pretending, but it's not very...
Okay, so we're looking at knight e5 here.
All right, Jesse, here's what I want to do. Queen b5, check, king d8, rook e4.
With the threat, really, of playing g3.
Yeah. I mean, for a moment, I had this idea, Jesse, that you would go rook f8, and I would play rook d4 check, king c8, rook back to f4. That was my little trick. But then I realized that rook d4, rook d7, there was nothing to...
Oh my God, you don't realize how we screwed up, dude? If Kostya finds out that I didn't have my headphones on? Dude, you kidding me? He's gonna kill us, dude. No. You kidding me? Don't you understand?
Hello, kitty. Now we can't hear anything. I don't hear Jesse either. But I don't think he's talking.
How about now? Say something.
Yeah, I hear you, Jesse.
There we go. Okay, good. All right. So rook e4 looks clever. Rook f8, g3, right? And it looks like we're on top.
Although nothing's guaranteed, you know. There's knight f3 check, king g2, bishop d6.
All All right, let's look at that.
And, they still need proof of death.
Okay, so knight of 3. Here. Here. Yeah, they still need proof of death, as you say. But, oh, here's a fun move. Does the knight actually have any squares to go to?
I think it has e5.
Oh, on queen d5 you have... Oh, it's still complicated. Queen d5. No, yeah, it's rough. Wait, maybe you just play knight f7. Yeah, you can survive that. All right, so here, let's just go back a little bit. Long variation, wrong variation. So let me summarize for people watching. So the computer says that I'm better in this position, but I could not figure out how to make knight e6 work. And so I've been trying to make rook takes, and it is promising, but then this variation seems to be the hardest to deal with. The other ones actually require a little work too, but this one's kind of the one that's been bothering me. And I keep forgetting the guy can castle. So you just got to keep saying it. The guy can castle.
This is hectic. Are there any other moves for white at the beginning other than rook e6 and knight e6?
I don't see anything. No. Let me try one more weird thing. Now, I had dismissed this because of castles. But on castles, is that annoying? I'm threatening queen d5.
Threatening queen d5 and then the back rank of it.
Also the knight. Also the knight.
All right. So let's say maybe b5.
Well, you didn't hear your own business with the queen, the mate, dude.
Well, I bring rook f7. Not rook cf7, just rook f7. Oh, the mate is this way anyway. Ah.
Welcome to the dojo.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one I haven't figured out yet. Maybe I just figured it out. 95. This is a nice one. G3. Oh, wait, maybe I haven't figured it out. I was thinking bishop h6, rook takes, king takes, queen d6, but then he's got rook e7 holding it together. No, but I just have, no. What am I saying? I'm taking on d8 and then queen d8 over. So no 95.
How about, wait, 95 g3? Right? Is that the position? Bishop d2. Interfering with your queen.
That's fun. Ooh. Oh my god, dude. Okay, time out. What's going on here?
It's like your 95 defense in that other line, right? Where it's checkmate.
Wow. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, wait, let me look at it again.
I think king g2, there's rook d8. Maybe you can trade rooks and play
Wait,
king
but what
g2.
are we saying? This is real basic. Here, 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 and then I take with check, boss. You have no knight f3.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so that one's done. By the way, this rook d8 is very definitely not my first instinct because I really don't want to trade rooks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's absolute madness.
This looks real dangerous, though.
And
Now-
what do you play against rook c5 here?
Rook c5.
There's rook c5, knight b6, knight d6. There's so many moves.
So many moves, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the first thing to look at would be rook takes, king takes, queen f3. Maybe you can live through. No, I don't think you live through that. All right, so let's look at that. Rook takes, king takes, queen f3.
A lot of stuff hanging for black, but I think we have to go in for g5, g3, knight d2. Oh, queen there, jeez. There's always more evil.
Queen is
That's a
evil,
softy
yeah.
move.
Queen's
That's
evil,
a
yeah.
softy move, queen d3. I'd only seen queen b7. Okay. You win.
Oh, man. Okay, so let's go back. I want to stress something. Castles isn't necessary. Okay, so first of all, I think this is forced. So rook b5, bishop f4, rook takes. Now, excuse me, rook takes. So castle's short seems forced, but maybe the dude has some other thing he can do. Certainly feels forced.
Well, black's got millions of moves, but castles is surely winning. We just haven't found how yet.
Oh, you mean winning for black? But okay, do you see another candidate move for black?
Yeah, sure. Any piece to d2.
Wait, which piece?
Knight or bishop to d2, maybe?
Okay, but the knight gets instantly hosed with g3.
Bishop h6. And also, here's another move, Jesse, there. Rook e1 after g3. Rook e7, sorry. Another move. There's lots of moves.
How many? Actually, let's just say something obvious. On knight d2, queen a4 picks up the bishop immediately.
Oh my god. I
So
didn't see
right,
that.
if you want to get fancy, it's this bishop d2 thing.
Yeah. But I still believe in castles. I mean, this is all to the side.
Bishop d2, maybe. I mean, I'll look at it later. So all right, so rook d5, castles, and then this amazing rook d8.
Have you already refuted bishop d6?
Good question. Oh, yes, I have. Look at this one. Oh, wait, maybe. Yeah, queen d5.
Oh,
You ready?
I see it coming, Jesse.
Bam! Oh, baby! Damn! So bishop d6 is out.
That's beautiful.
That is hardcore, man.
Yeah.
That's some real welcome to the dojo right there. Okay, wait. And we figured out bishop d2 already in this position? No, we haven't had that on the board yet.
I feel like you found something, or was it just
I
knight
think it
d2?
was a slightly different position. No, this might be annoying here. Well, that might be annoying. I really don't want to trade my rooks unless I get something spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe bishop d2, dude. Okay, well, anyways, that was the idea behind rook d8 was, excuse me, behind rook d5 was to play rook d8. If I don't have rook d8, then I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's the other tricky thing, Mr. Bruce. Like, if I was looking at this just with my own eyes, I would just be like, I don't know. But I know that the computer, I remember, maybe I'm remembering wrong, that the computer was like, white's, I can't remember if it said white's clearly better or winning. I just know it's one of those, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, but knight takes us out, as far as I can tell. And so we're left with this. And then bishop b5 seems like the most pressing or interesting, whatever. Knight c7, rook c7. Okay, let me try queen h5. One idea I just had is that if g6 takes, I think bishop f4 is still el criticalo. I was thinking maybe I have this dirty move, queen e6. That's a very dirty move, my friend. That's pure dirt right there. Oh, man, that's dirty. I think that's it, dude, right there.
King f8. G8. Rook e7. I will say this, you had remarkably evil intent.
So I have here, so h4 is a question for me, but also queen f6 might be really hard to deal with. I'm going to play queen f6. So rook f7 will lose to queen d8. The only move I could maybe see for you is knight d2, but it's really hard to believe. Oh, I got a nice one on knight d2. Knight d2, queen e7, knight b1, and I play queen b7. Oh, no, then you have... No, bishop d3, queen d5. Oh, buddy. Knight c3, queen c8. Oh, man. Welcome to the dojo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That looks like the end.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's go rook e2.
All right, I'm going to fix my business.
Let's ask one other question before you fix your... Oh, yeah, fair. How does the rook ever get out of h8?
That's a good question, Bobs.
How do we ever get back? All right, bishop c6. Rook e8.
Rook e8, right. I'm going to admit I wasn't tuned to bishop c6. I didn't realize that was a thing.
Well, you can go rook d8 here.
Rook d8, yeah. But now notice, maybe you can just move your knight to somewhere like b6. Right?
Oh, maybe.
Look at this one, Mr. Bruce. Watch this one. Knight b6, h5.
Right. I was going to say maybe I should have just played h5 last move, but we could also try it now.
No, but you can't on here because if you play h5, I go snip, snop, and queen e6 and pick up the knight. That's why I think knight b6 is probably forced.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm saying white could have played h5 instead of rook d8 as another option for white.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Black can't play h5, no.
Right.
But white could play h5 here or after rook d8, knight b6.
I like this one just because now you can't take.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't really move. Now, I guess you got to play GH.
And then rook d3.
Exactly. It looks lost. Damn. Damn. Woo. This game, dude, I spent hours looking at that one, like that rook e6 and the knight e6. I'll probably spend some more time on it too.
Yeah, that position was madness. We couldn't figure it out while watching.
Let's say one more thing. On queen h5, dude doesn't have to play g6. And this is where it gets so hectic. Like, dude can play d8, some other move. Maybe f8. One piece of good news is that on f8, now when I take and play queen d5, now maybe you can play rook c6, but let's just, on rook d7, I just wanted to point out now I just take, because the king isn't protecting the rook. Rook c6, maybe, but I got a lot of juice here with, even if I have to play rook e1. There's still question marks there, though, isn't there? So in any case, so he's got f8, e7, and d8 if we want to exclude g8. Excuse me, g6. D7, I guess you could also play. Let's try d7 for a second. Okay, but now I take. And on bishop f4, I have queen f5. No king c6 because of Mato and the Tato.
Oh yeah.
One of the things that's
There
interesting.
possibly knight b6 now.
A little hard to believe, but yeah. Good luck. One thing I think about a position like this is I don't think I should spend, like, I think at a certain point, you just got to say the attack is too strong. Like this one, it feels like it's too strong. Like bishop e3 now looks very strong. Right? Well, what's going on here?
We also
I mean,
Black doesn't have enough material because they didn't take on f4.
I know, that's what I'm saying, dude. That's saying. Yeah.
So yeah, there's no move like this.
So queen h5. Exactly. So king d7, I think, is out. King d8. But now I can play bishop g5. Easy peasy, and then I win the bishop. Right? Easy. So maybe if that is out. Whew.
Yeah, it's g6.
And by the way, this king f8, I'm not, I don't know if I'd call myself 100% yet on that one. One brutal thing maybe on king f8 too is I might be able to play queen f5 check. Maybe I'm not certain. Rook f7, check, bishop e8. What a mess.
Oops.
Oops, right?
Yeah, oops. I didn't see that bishop coming either.
But since in all these positions where he just, okay, what's, like, we get to this position, right? Okay, so queen h5, king f8. Maybe I got a dirty. So let's say I go here, here, here. And my point is that if rook d7, I have rook b5.
That's a cool idea.
Well, that's it then, right? There's nothing you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right, we're down to g6, I guess.
Yeah.
And then it was here, here, here with the dirty. That's real dirty. And that variation we looked at, it's got to be the main one, right? Because otherwise, it's a party.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, queen e6 is really cool. How bad is the rook e7 position, which we didn't look at before, I don't think?
Check. Here.
Yeah.
Snip.
Yeah. And then maybe black should bring the bishop to g7 now.
Well, let's just say I'm up material, and I'm going to win at least another pawn.
Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. So like bishop e5, queen h7, bishop g7, h4, and white would just advance kingside pawns.
Yeah, dude, the attack continues. I got the material and the compensation. Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to count the material in the end game. In a middle game, queen and 2 pawns wouldn't necessarily beat 3 pieces.
But we've seen this thing before, right? Where the issue is that the initiative continues here for white.
But black's, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I was sort of coordinated for the first time, right? Bishop g7, bishop c6, rook e7, knight e5.
If I was going to worry about something in this position, make maybe some weird knight d2. I don't know.
Knight d2, rook d1, bishop a4.
Yeah, something weird like that.
Rook hides on a1.
I think for sure, though, after knight d2, I would first just want to see what happens here. For this, just because Mama said always check, right? That looks hard.
Yeah, that move's discoordinating for black, right?
Yeah. And I'm just winning. I'm winning some pieshkis here. Boss, I got to use the potty. Let me ask you an important question. Do you want to do graduates right now?
Yeah.
Cool, man. Let me take a little potty break, entertain them with the story, and I'll be right back.
A story, okay. Let's see, a chess story. Whoa, I got so many Olympiad windows open here. Let's I don't know, Jesse's got so many good chess stories. It takes me a while to think of the stories. My time in the chess house, sure. Okay. Here's a chess house era story. I'm not going to be able to name a name in this story, folks, so just accept that in advance, okay? Just accept that in advance. All right? Say, okay, David, we won't insist that you say the name of this person in advance. So when we were living in the chess house, there was at some point like Jesse and Vinay, and we had across the street Panda and Arun, two more chess players.
Irina Krush, dude. Irina Krush was there.
At some point, we had Irina Krush and Sam Shankland. So we had a lot of chess players there, and occasionally we would train with like a GM or somebody we would invite. Jesse, I've told people in advance we're not going to name a name on this story, okay? So don't don't give a name by accident, right? Okay. So every now and then we would invite like a GM to come train us, and they'd come in for a couple days and give us some exercises or talk to us about some chess stuff or whatever. And one time I was reminded of this recently, Jesse, because there's a piece of furniture in the house that dates from the chess house, and Chloe wants to throw it out, and we've been going back and forth about, do we have to throw out this piece of furniture or not? And the other day she said, and so-and-so GM even slept on that piece of furniture once long ago. And I was like, oh no. And there was a visitor who was, a great chess trainer, but so dirty that Chloe's terrified of the furniture 10 years later. And I remember we had this traumatic experience where many things in our house were soiled. And we talked to Danya, who had the same trainer visit him the week before, right?
Yeah. No, Danya was after. He went to Danya's house after, and then
went to Danya's house
and
after.
spent a significant amount of time at Danya's house too.
Right. So went to Danya's house afterwards, and we were like, working on the cleanup in our house in the aftermath, and talked to Danya, and he's like, oh yeah, my parents, they like took all the cereal boxes from the cupboard and just threw them straight in the trash. They took all the sheets and pillows and everything, and they just burned that shit or threw it in the dumpster. They got rid of everything. They didn't even try to clean any of it.
Uh,
It was just the end. So apparently I still have a piece of furniture that dude slept on, and Chloe is like, it's gotta go.
so, the couch, was it the one in the living room or the one in that bedroom off to the right?
Mm. I think it might have been in the bedroom off to the side. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it was like a fold out thing, or is like,
Yeah. It
yeah.
can fold between like a couch and a bed.
Oh, dude, those things are golden. The folding out ones, man.
I know it's great.
Yeah.
And I've had this thing forever. And I got it on Craigslist for $70, I don't know, 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe 23 years ago. This thing is serviceable. I mean, you don't
I mean,
have,
I just want to
we don't.
say the guy was amazing. I'm very thankful. I reviewed his book recently. We won't say his name. Great book. Great book. The guy's amazing. Hero of his age. Also, one thing that's hilarious is we had all these basically, people not from the US who came to stay with us. And that guy, including two others, they didn't know how to cook at all. So they were just like dependent. I would like, make me something. I make you something. It couldn't even make an egg, dude. Couldn't even be make an egg. So, you're hosting them. Some of them came to train. Some just stayed with us for a variety of reasons. They just didn't know how to cook, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes we had visitors for the chess tournaments we ran.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Sometimes we'd put up people in our house during some like norm tournaments, some Berkeley International or East Bay International. We ran a series of at the time, quality tournaments by US standards. There wasn't a lot of opportunity to play that kind of event back then. One time I got called back to the house because like I'm trying to play in the tournament and run the tournament, right?
Yeah.
And I'm at the tournament, and some of the dudes staying in our house, I think, went home early because their games were done, but I was still like watching over the tournament site.
Yeah.
And they called me up and they're like, we've plugged the toilet and we can't figure it out. And it's
dude.
it's like overflowing and we can't fix it.
Oh,
So I had
no.
to like run home and try and fix the bathroom and then run back and watch the tournament. Oh man.
Terrible, man. Terrible.
Yeah. It's another dirty chess house story.
Okay, let's do a couple of these. And I have to leave in about an hour and 15. And if we don't finish, fine.
Right. Might
Okay,
not.
so this is Billy G. I'm going to give him a follow. We're going to scroll down. He hasn't done, you need to do some tactics stuff, buddy. Clubs, no clubs. Activity, not a lot. I have a feeling, wait a second. No, he's not new. He's been here for a while. Games, no games. So Billy G, we want to know more about you, Baus. We want to know more.
Mm-hmm.
So that guy's kind of a ghost.
Ghosts are not famous for typing a lot.
He's graduated a bunch of times too. I think, I think he has to hit the graduation button though. So he must have like had some progress and he just wanted me to know. He wanted me to know and hit that graduation one. All right, Night Move says, I love the structure around learning, especially when it comes to tactics and endgames. Let's give him a click. And there's Night Moves. Hasn't been logging his stuff too much. Got a lot of badges. I've done Night Moves here before. He has not done any of our tests. Also got a USCF. Okay. Clubs. No clubs. Activity. He's been doing some work. What's his non-dojo crimes? A lot of tactics, non-dojo tactics. Okay. Well, let's see if we got a games. No games. Night Moves, buddy. Buddy. This makes our game review a little easier, though. All right, next up, we got Mindset by Dave. I know this guy. This guy's good. Here we go. Similar to last graduation, I have benefited most from the structure. I have a tendency to either do whatever I feel like or get lost. Knowing what to do and having the course here always gives me something to come back to. Beautiful. That is what our intention is. I would say more time doing tactics, and particularly the new tactics trainer, have helped. We worked hard on that, my friends, and we're working on it again. We might have an innovation coming soon. Again, the impulsivity of just making a move and seeing if it is correct on other tactics trainer is stopped here. You have no choice but to do the actual work. David, this guy's a gospel. He's telling us the gospel.
Yesterday, Jesse, when I was going through the under 1,000 grads,
Yeah.
a lot of them said, "Oh my God, the test, it hurts so much, like it hurts so much." And I said, "Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, but we got to give you a real assessment, and the assessment is so valuable that you got to get through the pain because it's so worthwhile to have it." But this Dave's got our mindset down.
He's got a mindset down. He's even a mental health educator. That means his mind is safe.
That makes sense.
And he just started at the age of 42 last year. How about that? Okay, clearly Dave is crushing, and he's done some mate tests, some tactics tests, and he's doing pretty good on those tests. Okay, I bet he's a UK club. Let's see. Yep, UK dojo. Activity. Boom. We are going to go back one to see how he did it.
Nice.
Good macro distribution. Fantastic. Okay, really good. So then games. Oh, we got loads. Let's pick out this early one. Actually, let me just see. Now, I just want to say, you guys, when I look at these lists, if it's over the board game, like this number 4 is, I would normally pick that, but that one seems a while. Actually, all these games. Oh no, I've done all these before. He's been bad. Dave, you've been bad. You've been bad, Dave. You haven't been going over your games, Dave.
So Dave has been graduating that quickly?
Well, I'm just saying he hasn't gone over a game since May. I'll click on it anyway. Let's give it a click. Now, have I reviewed it? All right, we'll review this game by Dave here. And I have to switch scenes. This is why we keep David here, so he can yell at me. And I'm going to show quickly the time graph. No time graph. So we're going to get out of there. Game review. And I have to bring over Mr. David from the other one. Let me just grab him. Boom. 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 There he is. But how do I make him? I gotta minimize the dude,
Yeah, too big.
Too big.
What a big head.
What a big head, dude. All right, I'll tell you what, boss. This is what we're going to do. On game review, I'm going to hide you. But you will be here. You will be the voice.
Why don't you make me really small and put me on top of the white king? And then when the white king moves, just move me around the board.
Nope, not going to do it.
I know.
Okay. Okay, so let's get into it. This is Mindset by Dave. Fine. Now, I don't like it, but you've probably seen this. This is the disadvantage of learning and opening is you're going to play something weird like F3. Okay.
Yeah, it's a move.
It's a move. It breaks my heart a little bit, but here we go. C6.
Sorry.
G4, and then black lost his mind. Knight takes G4. Yeah. Okay, so now we're up a piece, and we say, I hope you said thank you. And then you played that. I think that's fine. Yeah. Boom. Thank you very much. Bishop G3. I think E3 is a nice move here. And all you have to do to play E3 is just see that no coconuts are hanging there.
Yeah, you have to check Queen G2 and Queen H4.
Yeah.
But it's doable.
But the main point is we're winning a tempo. That's the main point. Because we kind of want to play E3 anyway.
Yeah.
Dude plays E5. There's no respect for the material. But when you're down like this as black, you might as well try.
Yeah.
Now I will say this is from a practical point of view, I still want to play E3 because you said it best earlier. You're like, I just want to trade off my junk,
Yeah.
and I want you to trade off your junk too. This is a little dangerous because now he gets that happy bishop. Good move. That's a good move. Good move. Good move. Good move. Look at that. Oh, it all came together.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All trades benefit me, and my opponent knew this. So black's just running, just on the run.
Boom. Now this is the way to. This is like a Gukesh move. You're trying to put him away. Probably okay. Check to the miserable king. Good. You want to trade, son? You want to trade? No trade. 92. We're doing great. 96. Bam. Knight c3. Let's go knight d5. Boom. Yeah, buddy. Now he goes bishop g5. I hope you h4'd him. Yes, thank you very much. He goes to the very sad square, bishop d8, and you, bam, I want another trade, son. Good. Good. Simple and strong. Queen d3. Queen d5. Good move. Oh, even better than my queen d3. Even better. Oh, this guy's a genius, Dave.
He knew what he was trying to do here.
Yeah. And like I've said before,
Had a clear purpose.
you know, when you're at this stage in your chess, you get, you know, win some stuff, trade down, and you're winning. And that's exactly what happened here.
Yeah.
Good move.
This E6 move was nice. I mean,
Good move.
because you're in this trading mode of pieces, but yeah, why not make this nice little pass pawn?
Good move. Probably can't be bad. He wants to trade. We'll say, okay, you can trade, bows. You can trade. Knight f5, and you call this a short-sighted move. That's hard to call that short-sighted though. That's a good-looking move. Now, if you wanted your name to be Gukesh, you could play rook d7. You know, that's the Gukesh move right there. But you got to calculate a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, because you got to say, oh, no way back, no way home. Knight f5, it's really hard for me to critique that move because that's a real powerful knight.
That looks fine to me. The other move you could play would be h5. You could play king c2. There's a variety of good moves. Nothing wrong with this one.
So knight h6, though, doesn't look right to me. You're still winning, but the knight is then going to be kind of caught off sides a little bit.
Yeah,
so
I think here you want to go back to d4 or d6.
Yeah, exactly.
Central.
Exactamundo. You're still winning, though. It's going to be, let's just say it's going to be hard to mess this one up. 95. Now, that one freaks me out. Why are we giving up our business? Why are we giving up our business? Let's go knight f2. If he wants your coconut, you say no. No coconut for you. That's getting a little loose now. That doesn't make any sense. All right, we're in the trading mode. Ooh, knight g5 now. Oh, baby. Welcome to the dojo. Actually, your move's fine too. Whatever. Rook a7. e3. Now rook dd7. Welcome to the dojo. Let's get it. Now that you're doing fine, but the f pawn is scaring me a little bit. Good move. Good check. Good move. Oh, look at that deadly precision, Mr. Bruce. Look at this guy. Boom, 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 bam. That's clinical. Run, Forrest, run. Okay. Well, I want to say that was very impressive. That was a 15-10 game, too. The main thing I want to stress, actually, I want to stress something. Mindset by Dave. Bows, give us a game. Me and David, we're thinking more about your game than you were able to think on it, too, because you were playing 15-10, buddy. And it was from May. You probably don't even remember that game anymore. All right. Rant over. Rant over.
Right.
Now, I got to switch scenes before I forget. Boom. See? There you see his pretty face.
There's a line through the scene right now for me. Oh, no, there it is.
Now, you got to have some nuts to call yourself Aaron. Why don't you call himself Namzovich? Aaron Namzovich.
Like a pawn-hungry Nimzo.
Not really a graduation. Rather, I felt that my chess.com rating from 1,900 games more accurately reflects my strength than my Lee chess rating from 30 games, and wanted to continue in my pre-recalculation cohort. Okay, let's go take a look and see what he's saying. So, Chess.com dude is 1256, and then Lee Chess 1109. FIDE, oh, he's got a FIDE boost. Yeah. Okay. So, makes sense to me. Actually, I want to address a little thing going on. There's a kind of a spat on Discord. So when we did the FIDE with a rating calculation, if you're interested in our rating calculation, I did a video on it, and knows all. We did a blog post. In any case, we found out when we did the recalculation that the Lee Chess ratings had rapidly inflated since we started the program.
Yeah.
So a lot of Lee Chess people got zapped. And because of that, some people in the Discord were really shouting that we should stop using Lee Chess as one of the ratings we use. And for my sense, I just want to say the value of Lee Chess is that they have a classical rating. Chess.com does not have a classical rating. You can get that rapid rating thing you get by playing like 10-0 games and stuff. So I don't know why Lee Chess inflates their ratings the way they do. I don't. But at least they have this classical thing, and we are also able to run tournaments on Lee Chess in the dojo that work pretty well. So
Right. We just have to pay the cost of maybe recalculating those ratings a little bit more frequently to make sure people are in the right cohort.
Yeah,
But
we
as
got
long as we've
right.
got-
We have to do our rating recalibration like once a year instead of
Yeah.
once every 3 years.
Or maybe even 6 months. you
Maybe
know?
6 months, yeah. Especially now, because the FIDE thing will shake out a little bit more. In any case, we're going to do it more often. And this is Aaron Namzovich. Let's see some clubs. No, games. Oh, Aaron Namzovich. Oh, buddy. Okay. Sasha doesn't have much to say. Let's click on Sasha. Sasha from Zurich, 50-ish. Me too, buddy. All right, software engineer. All right, I've tried to give up chess plenty of times, but I always came back. Yep. And it looks like he was busy at the early part of the spring and then stopped. So maybe he's kind of stopped, but he did graduate here, 1278. Let's give him a follow. And we want him to do some tests. Let's see if we got some stuff here. European and German. Maybe we can get a Swiss dojo club. That's something. Sasha, if you're listening to this, boss, give us a Swiss dojo club. You could be the president. Activity. All right, that's looking great. What is he doing over here? He's doing a bunch of stuff, some tactics and yada yada. Oh, let's look at a game. Oh, we got plenty of games. Oh, but again, from ancient times. I think my default, David, is unless it's mildly recent, I don't want to cover the game. Does that sound fair? Just because
Yeah, you do what you want to do.
I do what I want to do. Okay. But Sasha, congratulations. Raumpilot. I like that one. Raumpilot. Jimmy2X says, after winning the Dojo Rapid, congratulations. I am now finally ready to graduate to a higher cohort. I'm still working through most instructive games. Nice. All in all, I'm loving the program, even though I'm not always logging as diligently as I should. It would be great if we could have more sparring positions in the future. Okay.
Increase the sparring component. Something else would have to go. Got to keep it trim.
Got to keep it trim, right? I would just say the sparring is something that we're still looking to facilitate more. I think that's a thing where from the beginning we've had trouble matching people with people and having people do it on their own initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jimmy, looking good. That's a beautiful rating graph.
Going up there.
We did one checkmate test. It'd be cool if you did a little bit more. And we got some clubs. Dutch Dojo. Okay, there we go. Semper Fi. Activity. Beautiful. We got a lot of endgame work going on here. Nice. Let's see if we get a game.
I think, Jesse.
This is also ancient. Also,
One little thing I noticed here for Jimmy 2X is that their current tactics rating is quite a bit lower than their overall chess rating. So, in as they work through this next cohort, I think they might want to start with a little bit more tactics.
well, and let me
Right.
shout at the big one. He needs to give us a game, boss, because his last
Okay.
game was from February of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously give us a game,
Mm-hmm.
but I bet that a little bit more tactic work would be a good use of time.
Sure. Sure. All right. Next up, we have, oh, this dude's famous. I don't know how to spell his name or say his name. I'm going to call him Amaracom. And Amaracom says, although I haven't been able to play a lot of games lately to stabilize my rating and prove it reliable, I decided to graduate again because I've finished most of the cohort's important tasks. 9 months now since joining the program. He's got graduated 3 times, 9 months. I feel that I've made a lot of progress. I am now comfortable with aging. That's hard. That's hard. And managed to shy away from the feeling that I'm just chasing my tail, trying to be a chess improver in my 50s. I am also glad to see that other members are on the same boat as me too. I'm right there with you, buddy. While I climb up, I hope I will find time to engage more with the community and participate in dojo tournaments. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Let's give Amaracom a look. Oh, boss, I'm going to be 53. It's not going to be that long that I'm 53. Beautiful heat map. Oh, his heat map is strong, Mr. Bruce.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Very
done.
strong. 14, 13. Beautiful. And really, yeah, since joining the dojo, this guy's flown up. Oh, look at that chess.com rating. Phew, flying up there. And yeah, he needs to do some tactics tests, but he's actually doing pretty good on the chess.com tests. Let's give him a click over here. Clubs.
Good scores on Puzzle Rush and Survival.
Yeah, there we
Probably
go.
not a weak area.
Activity. Oh, this guy's crushing. Now, we do need to go back 1. So 13, 14. Took him 92 hours of work. And that was great, man. And look at his heat map. He's just on it every day. Guy's on it every day. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Amaracom, he is a solid dojo trainer. Look at his tactics. He's doing his end game, middle game strategy. He's got it going on. And now that he's, getting up there, he's allowed to do a little openings. I got wailed on, Mr. Bruce, recently. Somebody was like, Jesse, you're totally wrong about the openings. They're very important. And it was a guy who was in, and let me just be clear. I'm not saying the openings aren't important. I'm just saying there's a certain time in your chess career when you start looking at openings. And this particular person who was yelling at me was in the 1,000 cohort, and that's not the time. But he was really certain. He was like, you're 100% wrong. That's what he was telling me. Oh my gosh. All right, here we go.
I mean, even I wouldn't be that certain if you were right or wrong. And I've gotten over 1,000 and been working at it for 30 years.
Yep. Okay, so here we go. Beautiful looking game. And let's see, do we have a time graph? Ooh, and I'm going to show a couple things here. So first of all, here's the time graph. Ooh, that's not the time graph, boss. Wait. Voop, there's our time graph. So now is my typical moment where I shout at you.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So this game was 45 plus 30. And now to be fair, you used about half your time and you're playing some chump who's really not thinking. Okay, actually, I'm going to be gentle because it might be that you were just winning because it was 25 moves or something long. Let me just stress, we see this in every grad show, is that when people in the dojo play people who are not in the dojo, we often see that these people, they sign up to play a long game, but they're not actually playing a long game. Like this guy who's playing white is basically not thinking at all. It's a huge competitive advantage. Okay, so let's get into it. All right, so he's a King's Indian player. Here we go. Little bit of a weenie move. Little weenie. Little weenie. Okay. Good. Good.
What about the e-pawn, boss?
This is beautiful. You know what? Actually, I can tell a story about this.
There it is, the e-pawn.
So, I can tell a story about this because, so David, I did all the material. I haven't done the recording yet, but I did all the material for my second Chessable course called Time to Do What. So aim for players like between our 1,000 cohort and like 1,700 cohort, and I use this game. And the idea is very simple, and it applies. And it's really something I got from the grad shows, which is the issue that people are having is they're playing people who give away tempi. And so then the question becomes, what do you do against players who give away tempi? How does it work? What should we expect? That kind of thing. And
Okay, so it's kind of a follow-up to your first course about time,
exactly, right?
right? And
But
it's
from
saying,
more,
like, what can you turn time into, and what should you do with it?
well, right, and in particular, just the idea that at this level, what's going to happen is you're going to play chump after chump who gives you time, and then we want you to be trained to go for the kill when that time is given. So here we go. Boom. They probably shouldn't take this pawn. A little frisky to be taking that pawn. And now knight e4 was played, and rook e8 was actually significantly stronger, but we're going to end up transposing to that here. So the idea was correct. So knight e4, and then dude blunders with knight d7, needs to play knight e4 first. And so what happens is we then, boom, rook e8, look at that move, David. Rook e8, star move, buddy.
Oh, wow.
That's a star move, my friend. Yes, sir. And then, so just in terms of accuracy, what we can say is
Wow.
rook e8 here was more accurate with the same idea of getting this position. Yeah.
Right, I see what you mean.
But
Man,
rook
now
e8, dude, this is
you're
like,
cooking with fire here.
this is pure joy here. Yeah, pure joy. So he goes knight e5, and we say, I'm going to take this. And he says, I'm going to take this. And then he would say, welcome to the dojo. Look at that. Totally winning. Yeah. Boom. We'll say no. We'll say no. We'll say no. Oh, honey. Dang. Welcome to the dojo. King d1, rook. And that's just textbook. You give me time in the opening by playing c3, h3, knight takes e5, you're going to get wasted. You're going to get wasted. So
That was clinical, that sequence there.
clinical, boss. Clinical. Yeah. Yep. Kay Borman, sorry. So let me just say, I think I didn't put this on the calendar. I think I actually have it on the calendar for tomorrow. But me and David are doing a guilty pleasure where we're going to allow ourselves tomorrow to watch the Abdu Gukesh game. One of the greatest, maybe one of the greatest games of all time. So I adjusted the schedule a little bit. And I have apologies. That was a great game, dude. That was a great game. And Mark, dude, look, I mean, that guy's going up as an old guy. Huh? How about that?
Yeah, that's incredible to be playing with that energy. It's tactical verve and everything, Jesse.
Yeah.
And to be improving in that style of play. Right on.
Next up, we got a guy who has graduated numerous times, Corrosive Scarab, and he says, steadily working my way up, trying to stay patient with my play, and just keep chipping away at my studies. Thanks for all the guidance over the past year or so. Okay.
You're
Oh,
welcome if I
I'm on
did
the
any
wrong
of the
scene.
guidance.
Wrong scene here. Boom. Sorry about that. Actor with a love of labor-intensive games, and here we are. Dude has graduated numerous times here. The Grinch.
Up 450 points.
I mean, it's killer, dude. It's killer. Done his tests too. His tests look commensurate with his rating, so that's good. Look at that. That's just what a graph. What a graph.
Yeah.
All right, let's look at what we got here. Clubs, New York City, okay. Activity, looking strong. Very strong. Actually, we'll go back one. Boom. So 113 hours for this graduation. Let's say majority tactics, but overall a good distribution. Let's just click on that tactics for a second. Made in twos, baby. You're doing better than Bruce. He's too proud to be doing the made in twos. Okay, so here we go with Corrosive Scarab. And I got to
Hey, Jesse, when I did the show yesterday, there was somebody, I told them they should do more made in twos.
There you go. So here's our time graph. And we'll see if the game is technically over at move 32, then I won't yell. But what we often see, and we'll see if this is true. I'm not saying this is true. We'll see if it's true. Is that when we get to the end game phase, people are like, well, there's nothing going on here. And in fact, there often is. Okay, so here we go. Grad show. Oh, excuse me. Game review. All right, here we go. Boom. So far, so good. Boom. And bishop c4 is the old move. I tried to make this, initially when I was designing the aggressive repertoire for white, I was really trying to make this move work, but it's got multiple problems. e6, good move. Castles, knight e7, good move. No, good move. And we're just trying to punish the bishop on c4. Queen e1, this is typical. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work out. Castles, and now what do? They give you tempi, knight g5, right? The problem for white is on the correct move d3, it's unclear what you're supposed to do, right? And I think I actually spent significant time looking at this position with bishop b3. Black is fine. Black is fine in this position. So let's say maybe I could have used this game. Knight g5, losing time. So let me just say, my friends, this is a thing that goes on and on and on, losing time. Now, the interesting question is, should we bother with h6? Is it really necessary to play h6? My sense is no, and that you should play d5. Boom. And that you write queen h4, h6 is equal, but to me it looks like he's losing a piece. I don't know, David. Do you see anything here? That looks like a lost piece.
Maybe there's knight f7?
I don't know what that does. Oh, you want a knight? Oh, you're getting clever. Okay, if you're going to be that clever, geez, buddy, I'll take that way. Do you see David's cleverness, dude? He had some real cleverness. Let's just show him your cleverness. He wanted to do this to me. That was really kind of dirty, boss. I don't even know if that works. It feels kind of dirty that you would try to do that to me. I don't think it works. I just play here. But that was dirty.
Oh, you can block with bishop e6 here even after you trade. You could trade the queens here, Jesse. That's bad news for me.
Yeah.
You take on d5, right?
Oh, I just
Queen
take on d5 too. Yeah.
And then bishop e6 coming out.
Okay. So the principle, actually, let me just say with the principle at stake is that your opponent is blundering time. So in the same way that you can blunder pieces, you can blunder time. And that's what's going on with knight g5. If these pieces, the white pieces, were talking to each other, the bishop would, when the knight goes to g5, he would be like, bows. What about me, buddy? What are you doing prancing about when I ain't in? And then you'd hear a second voice. You'd hear this rook and be like, buddy, I'm way over here, bows. What are you
I'm
doing
so
to
buried,
me?
you can't hear me.
Okay, so here we go, h6. So anyways, the principle is the knight is actually misplaced on g5, and it probably just would be better served on f3 anyway. d5, excellent move. Bishop d3, that isn't it. And you talk about bishop e2 and bishop b5, but you're definitely doing great in all those positions. And in general, let's just say, if you can trade off this pawn, white is really hosed, because then our knight gets these two squares, and the f-pawn, Federico the f-pawn, is dead. Very important to see that white's dream in these positions is to play f5, to free the rook and the bishop. But let's just put this here. Now, by the way, you might have better moves in DE, but I just want to show the positional idea. Here, it's positionally gone for white because there's no nothing. There's no nothing. Okay, bishop d3. Now, it's interesting. You could, of course, take, and you're doing fine. You played bishop d7. I believe in your position very much, though I would be mildly concerned that he could get away with f5. He probably can't. I'm just telling you what I'd be concerned with. Yeah, we don't believe in f5. Can we just say, oh, this bishop's so sad? And does he fix the bishop? No, he gives you another tempo. No, just another tempo. All right, now you played knight b4. I think that's reasonable. You're threatening c4, a3, boom, boom. A3 is terrible. He needed to at least try b3. And his pieces just aren't out. Knight f5, that's got to be a good move. b4. Yep.
Desperation.
Desperation.
Lashing out.
I mean, I think he's host anyway, because, like, how does he get his bishop out? You're going to play, like, knight d4 on him. Oh, it's
That
terrible.
bishop was becoming more and more of a problem.
Check to the miserable. Rook f2, that's weird. Now, he says king h1 is equal, but I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, this position is not equal. You are hosing this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is positionally winning here. Rook f2 ain't it, though. Ooh, and then how we made a mild blunder here, queen b4. So let's say that the real problem of this is when you're in this position, you should say to yourself, how can I keep the white pieces on complete lockdown? And so with queen b4, even if, let's imagine, even if he couldn't go take your rook, even then we don't want to, we at least want to be hesitant about taking that thing. Because the bishop is dead over there on c1. Okay, queen b4. Check to the miserable queen.
I mean, the nice move to me would have been rook to c8.
Yeah, sure. So rook c8, something like that.
Going to the open file.
All right, king h1. Now, are we still significantly better? Probably.
Yeah, betcha.
Probably. That knight on h3, nobody knows.
Those two d pawns aren't worth more than one pawn. Mm-hmm. So black's got a bishop pair and two connected pass pawns to fling.
And he says, let's roll. All right, so he rolls. White says, I'd really like to weaken my king some more. Okay, so here we go. Queen e3. That wasn't it. Bang! Setting himself up, baby. Bang! Knight c2. Well, that's game. Thank you very much. Ah, oh, so simple.
Is the rook trapped, Jesse?
Well, whether it's trapped or not, he ain't going nowhere, and that knight ain't going nowhere either. Simple and strong.
I thought maybe there was queen b3 trapping the rook.
Yeah, you're just too fancy. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
I know.
No need to be so fancy.
Yeah, just pushing these is pretty fun.
Nice. Actually, you know, when we're doing the game analysis with Gukesh, I'm always trying to win a piece or something. David's always trying to do something really fancy.
Yeah.
Okay, and also I want to say, you get a pass on this time graph thing, because I was saying if you were winning by move 32, we're not going to yell at you because you had stopped using time, and it's true. Yep. You were totally winning. That was fine. No yelling for you. Oh, that was really good, Corrosive Scarab. Oh, that was a great game.
Even queen takes b4, the quote-unquote blunder worked out pretty well. I mean, that position was pretty easy for black to play. after white took the exchange and developed the G7 bishop.
Well, and also what you can see is this is a great example of the kind of opponent you want to regularly crush. Somebody who doesn't develop their pieces and is not sensitive to their bad pieces, right? And instead of like fixing their pieces, will play moves like G4 and God knows Bishop D3, Knight G5, all of these moves which aren't helping their bros. Yep. Okay, great game. And now Skebix, Skebix has been asking me, what about me, dude? What about me? When do I get the graduation? I think he might have missed the show. Maybe he's going to be mad at me, but at least he can watch this afterwards. We got a Nette Kopfhörer, and this is my daughter's little pink set. If we kind of could do it without this thing, but if we don't, the sound's a little bit off, and Kostya throws a fit.
You want to fix the scene, Jesse?
Thank you. So, bang. So Skebix, this is a big graduation for dude here. All right. Let's see here. David, I'm going to give you an assignment, Bose. I want you to read that thing, and I'm going to go get a glass of water. How about that?
That sounds good. All right. I've always called Skebix Skebix. We'll see. But yeah, let's read what Skebix has to say. Wait, what is my thing doing? Graduation to 9/18. All right. Well, we've already got some new people who are graduating for next week showing up in my list here, but okay. There we go. The dojo was the best find for me in 2021. It will always have a special place in my heart since it helped me in a dark time. My mother just passed away and I was alone in a new country. Oof. The sense of community, all the games helped me a lot. The training program was the best find of 2022. I've been here since version 1. I want my badge back. I lost it after logging in with Google. Lost an old badge. Fast forward 3 years and my life is not all sorted out, but I'm still enjoying chess. For me, the game always brings joy, regardless of the result. It is a way to remember my grandpa, who taught me how to play and accompanied me to all my tournaments as a kid. After a 20-year break and 2 years in the program, I finally mustered the courage to play in tournaments again. One in June, the HSG Open with a modest 3-6. There I got my first rating from the Dutch Federation, 1588. And another in July, the Amsterdam Science Park Tournament, 5 out of 9. I've looked at 2 games from that tournament, by the way, Jesse.
Oh, nice.
On Tuesday this week, I did just a viewer game analysis show. There I increased my KNSB rating to 1631 and got my first FIDE rating of 1665. The new cohort, I will be working hard for the Amsterdam Chess Open in November and the Tata Steel Amateurs early next year. Oh, playing in Tata Steel with the elite. So nice. Rating is irrelevant, and I'm ready to demote myself if I start losing it, but the next goal that keeps me focused is trying to recover my previous playing strength, 1941. If I get close, who knows, maybe I can push for 2K. Thanks to the senseis and, of course, all the other people that helped.
Nice, dude. Okay. Boom. Skeptics.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So there he's got this FIDE rating, 1430, and he's got this Dutch rating, and he did a little checkmate test. That's good. Yeah, he needs to work on those checkmate tests. I'm going to go ahead and say that KNSB is going to stand for something like the Königliche Schachverband or something like that. I don't know. That's my guess.
Guess. Yeah. That sounds right. Maybe N is for National.
Yeah. Well,
no.
I just know they like to put the kingly in there.
The king at the beginning of
the Königliche. I know that the Dutch people like to do that for all kinds of things, Even though they don't, they kind of just don't really have a monarchy anymore, but they like that. Okay, right. So we got clubs. There you go, Netherlands
a Schachbond.
It feels like there should be just one Dutch, not 2 Dutch, but there we go.
Netherlands dojo and Dutch dojo.
Yeah. We might have to do a pruning of clubs. There's also, I think, somebody started a different, like, old guy one that was essentially for 50 plus people, and so now we have 2 of those. That should just be one. Okay. Beautiful amount of work. We're going to go back one here. And
I've got a tip for you when you're ready to see a game.
oh, okay. Because you've already done this.
But
Well,
for
we should do a different
Ski-Bix-
game of his, though. We should do a
But for
different game.
Ski-Bix, you can go to files instead of games. And Ski-Bix, you'll see, has the games organized into tournaments.
Dang.
So I think that's working.
Oh, that is really cool, man. Oh, Skebix, dude. That's great. Oh, man, look at this guy. Okay, let's click on this one because it looks like the new one. Very recent, in fact.
So what he wanted last time was feedback on the Amateur Science Park Chess Tournament
When you say last time, when was that?
on Tuesday. So I've seen 2 of those 9 games, but there's more. And that's what Ski-Bix was requesting feedback on.
And actually, this is not chronological. This is just when he
Right.
did the
It's when
file.
he created the files, but the Amsterdam Science Park Chess Tournament is a recent tournament.
Okay. How about, did you cover this first one?
I think I looked at the first 2 games.
Okay, let's do the third one. Now, David, are you remembering to click this Mark reviewed thing? Very good,
I
honey.
didn't do it on Tuesday, I don't think, but I did do it yesterday during the under 1,000 grind.
Okay, good, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is an OTB. It does not have a time. It's a little bit of a pain to bring in the times, but it's possible. Okay, so let's get into it. And the worst classical game I've played in a tournament. Uh-oh. C6. All right. Fine. This was a thing.
In the first round of this tournament, by the way, Jesse, Ski-Bix had an opponent who bad-mannered him.
Uh-oh.
And Ski-Bix got so upset that I think that for the first half of the tournament, he's on tilt. Like, the dude was so rude in the first round that he was on tilt for like 5 days. And he says that the last few games of the tournament, he managed to play well. But the start's going to be rough.
Look how close I was, David. Darren says, Koninklijke Nederlands Schachbond.
Yep.
That was good, man.
Yeah.
Okay, knight d2, let's just say, is a little weird. GMs back in the day played it, and like what their motivation was, I think someone tried to tell me once, but it's obviously weird. After DE, it's all the same anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a strong move, and it's hard. I think it's very hard to play against this move. So, knight, especially with the EF.
Mm-hmm.
Very difficult because, and this is, we have a dojo repertoire for this as black that I covered. And if black knows what they're doing too, it's going to be hard. And I'll just say a couple ideas. The extra pawn will make it hard to mate black. Very hard to mate black. Also, it means that this is essentially a developing move because we got to get our bishop out. So black's development is also going to be very easy. The one problem black has to deal with really is where and how do they develop this knight. So we'll see if Manuel Shippers understands how to play it. Now, it's hard for me to say that knight f3 is a bad move. Okay? So bishop d6, bishop d3, castles, castles. And I'm not convinced that bishop g4 is great. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. So, bishop g4. And let's say that you have let's call it a psychological, I don't know if I want to call it a psychological
Jesse,
issue.
is this the right view for the game?
Oh, thank you so much.
Or do
Thank
you
you.
move it slightly?
This is why we keep you around, Bobs. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No problem.
So, sometimes, David, when I'm doing the show alone, I'll go the whole show. I'll go the whole game, and I won't realize it.
I know. Because sometimes you're like, dude, let's do this thing together when you get back. And then I come home and I'm like, hey, Jesse, I'm here. and then like you do your show by yourself for like an hour.
Well, it's not, a lot of times I get into these games and I'm just like, okay, what's this? What's going on?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean it shows that you're trained in focusing.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Um, okay.
I'll be
So-
right back. I'm gonna step away for 5 seconds.
Go ahead. So we'll say that bishop g4, he regrets knight f3 because of bishop g4, and it's true. It's a little bit annoying. And we might have to play bishop e2 at some point. But it does give us the free h3 as a tempo game. Okay. It's a little weird to put it there. And you talk about h3, bishop h5, bishop f5. I think that's totally a reasonable thought. I like this variation you came up with here. Good. Good. And there you're fine, obviously. There you're just doing great. Okay. So now one of the things that will be interesting for us to, when we look at this game, is does black feel the urgency to fix this knight? And I think one of the key things for people playing this as black to understand is they need to get the knight out. So bishop e3 is a little weird because it's not clear what it is you want to do. Good. And now you can still do your bishop f5 thing. And you can still do it here too. And now you get frisky with queen c2. And you're right. I sometimes, as black, allow them to take on f3 and use the g file. So I guess this wasn't so bad. Right. So the first thing we should say is, in this position, you probably just didn't see the idea of bishop f5. And you probably saw bishop e2, but said to yourself, that's kind of a weenie move. You know, I don't want my friends to see me playing that. You know? Right. So, when you do this, one of the things that's hard for us to kind of wrap our minds around in this position is that because black has more pawns on the king side, that's actually their strong side of the board. So we shouldn't believe in bishop h7. And also in this position, obviously you should have done this. And then you write knight f8, fine, protecting the piece. It's important to see here that you really are in deep trouble because, like I said, the guy's got more juice on that side of the board. Right. I do think f4 is kind of interesting because of knight g6. I don't know if you... Yeah, I mean, knight g6 is just a very strong position. I think it's horrendously unpleasant for white because the pawns, like, it's his side of the board and he's talking to you and that kind of stuff, right? Okay, so bishop h7, and now we're done, right? Bishop g6. Now, here we're going to blunder fg6, rook g8. It's, I think, probably a little bit more elegant for black to play rook g8 immediately. Just because he would be activating his rook. And here, of course, we blunder queen g6. But what we should say is, do we have practical chances here? A little bit, you know, a little bit. You write king g2, knight b6. This would be a good example. Knight b6, I don't know, because we can cut him. We can control him a little bit, you know? And are you technically lost? Yes. But I'm just trying to point out, like, yeah, you have a little bit of something, something you might still give him. Rook g8, boom. And then it's time to resign, yep. Oof. Well, Yeah. You're also playing somebody that is rated higher than you here too. So don't feel too bad. And what people who play this should also think about this game as a model game in terms of just how difficult it is for white to play. And I don't think knight f3 is a terrible move, but what's happened is you're traumatized, right? You're traumatized by the bishop g4, right? Okay, Nestor, that was dude, you're doing, me and David are loving your annotations. And go back here. I really like the files you've got with the different tournaments too. That is fantastic. Okay, David will come back in a second. Next up, we have Horsey Rampage. Hi, Jesse. It's David and Jesse today. No new classical annotated games to review. Don't have time for this time control, but I had some to read a lot of books. Oh, and those are some good books. I saw an improvement in finding the right plan in the middle game. I stopped trying different openings. Good. I picked the ones that make me love to play. I only want to say that in my last graduation, you told me I wasn't in the right cohort, but I wasn't playing against people from it. My schedule doesn't fit with a dojo for postmortems classical games. I wanted to drill the positions against Stockfish and read the books. Okay, let's go see what's going on with Horsey Rampage. So, now he's in the right cohort. 6 daughters! Oh man, I got 1 daughter, and that's enough, buddy. 6 daughters. Oh, boss. David, can you imagine 6 daughters, bro?
6 daughters?
11, 9, 7, 5, 4, and 2. Oh, man.
What?
Oh, man. 6 of them. The law of percentages works against that. Oh, man, 6. Oh, I hope they're nice to each other.
Time to play chess? How? This guy needs to take up Ultra Bullet. I don't often recommend Ultra Bullet, but...
And by the way, you get a full pass. Other people who are talking smack about not having the time, I'm going to give you a pass, boss. I'm going to give you a pass.
Yeah. If you've earned 1 dojo point this year, good on you. Wait, does this dude have 5 badges and 6 daughters?
He's a chess addict, dude. He's a chess addict. He joined almost a year ago. Has done some tactic stuff. Clearly, chess is his consolation in life. You know, that's what's going on. And look at that rating graph. That's great, man. Okay, let's take a look. I have a feeling he has
of points.
Doesn't have no games from Quebec. Okay. Then we got some activity. And we want to back it up one. That's a lot of red in there. He's been doing some opening stuff. Let's click on that. Okay. So he's spending some time in the opening. And he's spending some time in the end game. A little bit of tactics. No games. Okay, well, so first of all, we got to say it's great that you've made it this far. The openings seem like you're doing it out of enjoyment, right? It seems like you enjoy it. But me and David, dude, David has 3 kids. I got 2. You got the full pass, buddy. Nobody else. You've got the permission slip signed. It's signed. All right. Yeah. Okay, Horsey Rampage. Amazing. Tomshko. I've been downgraded so much, there really isn't a lot to work on in the cohort. I'm changing my rating to Chesscom 1 just to get back to where I was before. Okay, let's go look at your downgrades. So
let's find something for them to work on, Jesse. Let's find a task they haven't done.
Well, I'm sure they've done. I'm sure there's always things working. Now, let me just say, beautiful heat map. The dude is working just about every day. And we want to do some tactics tests. There's something for you to work on. your other, like your chess.com stuff, genius level. So you should be able to crush our tactics tests too. Let's click around a little bit. Clubs. Oh, we got a European here. Okay. And then we got some activity. All right, we're going to go down 148 hours of work. Oh, that looks pretty good right there. It's a good distribution. Now that opening is what it should be at the 14 to 1500 cohort. Yeah, 5%, 7% of your time. That's definitely what it should be like. Okay, good. Games. And now we got the Pope. Uh-oh. This is an ancient game, Tomsko. Oh, buddy. Yeah, we want more recent game. But otherwise, you're doing great, man. You're doing great. Okay. Chess tone. Or chess stone, excuse me. Chess
Well,
stone.
Tomsko was looking for a task, right, Jesse? Said,
Well, we got him. We got him at least one task. I got two tasks for him.
upload some games for us.
We got
annotated.
tactics tests and give us some games. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Chess Stone doesn't say anything, but he's got 38 points. Let's go give a look. Tell us something about yourself, Chess Stone. Aus Deutschland, 1786, cruising up there with the German rating system, no tests. We're going to give him a follow. Let's see if he's part of the Deutschland Club. There he is. Activity. Lots of games and analysis. So that looks great. By the way, I just want to say, every graduation is worthy, but just from my personal experience as a player and a coach, you make it up here, up to 17, 18. You're doing a epic task, and to make it with just 71 hours, really well done. So
yeah. I mean, normally you've got, you got to celebrate the graduations because there's only going to be one or two.
right.
They're going to take a year or two each.
That's right.
And then most of us are going to hit some kind of a peak.
So activity looks great. Let's see if we got some. Oh, Chess Stone, I was just praising you, man. Tell him off in German, David. Tell him off, buddy.
Wir sehen deine Partien nicht.
Oh, you
Was
can
hast du denn gemacht mit all dieser gelbe Zeit? Wo sind die Partien?
All right, here we go. Ashkan's next. So let's give Ashkan a follow. And Ashkan technically could graduate again at 1804. Also, we want to see some tests from Ashkan.
4
Clubs.
points above.
No clubs.
I understand, Jesse, with people
Yeah.
with online ratings, if you cross a graduation by like 4 or 5 points, you could lose one game and demote yourself the next day. I understand if they want to play,
Yeah.
5 or 6 games and see if their rating stays at the level. Also, depending if they've done all the work in the cohort or not.
Now, this further confirms my theory that a lot of people who are a little higher rated, like Ashkan here, are too proud. It's hard. David doesn't agree with this theory, but I'll just throw it out there again. When you've invested a lot of your identity into the game and you've made it up to 17, 18, it's harder to look at your games, to be self-critical. Harder than if you're just beginning at 400 and somebody tells you to look at your games because you're not invested in it. It's not part of your identity. Whereas it's part of your identity to look at it. It's painful, man. Painful.
Yeah, I think I can kind of agree with that point, Jesse. I think the thing I thought was that most players who are over a certain level, they're more likely to have analyzed games at some point to get there, right? So when we're talking people over 2,000, I expect they've reviewed their games. It's pretty hard to get to 2,000 without having done that.
Yeah. Nathan says, a lot of sweat work later. Does that mean we're putting it off? I don't know. After a lot of more, he just means after a lot of sweat work. I finally graduated into the 1819. Learned a lot of the dojo training method, and I'm going to continue to trust the program. Oh, look at that, 128. Now, this is a real graduation, my friends. This is no chump business right here. Dude is definitely working. USCF 1833, doing it correct. Another thing we say on every graduation show is as we move up the ladder, we see more and more people using their over-the-board rating. It makes sense. And we got he's doing some tactics tests. Okay, good. This is all looking fine. We're going to give him a follow. And clubs, U.S. evening. Okay, good. Activity, 200 hours. Look at that, buddy. Beautiful. 200 hours of work. Oh, this is why I love the graduation show when I see something like this. All right.
A nice pie chart.
Nice pie chart. A lot of work done. Yeah. All right. Let's look at this one. Definitely looks like a OTB game. Let me change. Actually, before I change scenes, let me just show you the time. Now, look. Check out this time graph. Bang. That's what it should look like.
We can't fully see it.
Now you can.
Oh, now we can, yeah.
Yeah, you're a couple seconds behind me. So, yeah, there it is. Beautiful. And that's what Gukesh Magsudlu looked like today. Mm-hmm. That's what it looked like today. Yeah.
Yep.
Now, here's an interesting...
Folks, that's your chance to play like Gukesh.
Yeah.
Your moves might always not look the same as his, but there's nothing to prevent you from having the exact same time graph as him.
One thing that's interesting, too, about the time graph is that it looks like an OTB game, but it also looks like he is... No, actually, he did it right. So he had put in the times manually. Which is definitely, and that means he wrote down the times too, which is absolutely fantastic. Because definitely something you want to do. Okay, so beautiful, fine, 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 95. Right. This is a move that was popularized in the old Karpov-Kasparov matches. Okay. And if anything, maybe white has a tiny edge. So, fine. Good. And now 95. Here my opponent takes some time, which I like as I am still in theory. Okay, geez. There we go. Now at 1800, you're allowed. If you want to do some theory in this position, fine. You're doing fine. So 95, queen b6. And that's definitely annoying. So, knight c3, rook d8. Brilliant play. Brilliant play. Look at that. And now your development's complete. And, I think you have a beautiful position.
And that's very clean for black. Very clean.
Very clean, yeah. Yeah. And it's both good opening prep and just good development and principles here. So he writes after knight f3. This was the first new move to me, and I took some time in this position. I figured a lot of the ideas were similar as in the knight d3 variation, but I wasn't exactly sure why I should play a5 here. So apparently that's the move against knight d3. I decided to play the move that does make a lot of sense to me, knight d5, which contests white's c3 knight and opens up the dark square bishop. Black needs to untangle a bit in this position, and that means finding a good square for my knight on d7.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he talks about knight d3 and a5. This is to discourage b3, he says. a4, knight d5. Okay. Yeah, so let's just say very pleasant position for you because your opponent still has to figure out their bishop on c1. And I think your main job in this position should just be whatever we do, we need to just make sure that that bishop can't easily get out. So knight d5 maybe, but the concern I have with knight d5 is you are really encouraging white to play e4. That's the concern I have with knight d5. And to my mind, that's goal number one. Now you do write about e4 after, so he has knight a4 and then e4 or e4 right away. Let's look at your variation, e4 knight pawn, and you write black has a great Grunfeld structure. Not for my money, Mr. Proust. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about it. Feels like white should be fine. Like bishop e3 or something.
First blush, you would think that both players are fine, and you'd wonder about bishop g5.
Yeah, white's got a lot of moves. Bishop e3, bishop g5.
Tickle.
Yeah, and I'm not, the knight isn't 100% on d7. So let's go back. And so one of the things I want to stress is goal number one in this position is to play some move where we make it difficult for the bishop on c1 to do anything. So let's maybe we can find a more promising continuation.
I have an idea, Jesse. I don't know if you'd like it, but
Okay, tell me.
bishop g4.
Okay. And you want to play like e5 or something.
Right, and I want to play e5, and against h3, I'm going to give up the bishop pair and play e5. And my thought here is that I'm trying to take advantage of the development difficulties of the c1 bishop. Like I'm trying to land a knight on d3 or c4 or something, and just give them some grief and open up the g7 bishop.
Yeah, I like your idea. Actually, my first thought, I think I like yours better. My first thought was to play bishop c4 and then e5, but then I'm encouraging a later b3. And why do I don't want to encourage that, right? Still might be a nice advantage for me because the pressure on the, that's probably also a nice position.
Looks playable.
You know, so let's say b3, and then if bishop b2, I take, and on knight d4, I have knight e5, and I'm coming to talk to the coconuts. But your move, I like yours too. And maybe we can come up with something else. Yeah. But I'm concerned about knight d5. And this one that you evaluate as better for black, I don't know, this one here. But also knight a4 might be good as well. So let's give it a try. And then he plays bishop f4, okay. Queen c8, and now queen c2. Now, actually, David, I think he is falling into a trap that I have fallen into myself. Because white played a move that wasn't on his radar from the opening prep, he was trying to think that he was better, right? And he might be better, but after knight d5, he also now might be worse. He might be worse. Yeah. Okay, and now you talk about rook c1. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, personally, I don't like knight d5. It doesn't play into any problem in white's position.
Right, I don't like it either.
And white has multiple ways to respond. Like after knight d5, white could have also maybe played the move bishop d2, Jesse. A very, very basic anti-Grunfeld move. I don't really know where black's headed there either.
And
so
this
just to say that white had a lot of choices.
Yeah. Okay, so white's doing fine. This looks maybe like a loss of tempo, though. So even here at this level, it's still loss of tempo. Boom. Knight b6, and that's a little bit uncomfortable. All right. And I actually love that you wrote this is a critical position. I agree. This is something where we need to figure something out. And you played the very active knight c4.
First move I looked at, but I wasn't convinced about queen e7 to h4.
Right. So let's say the thing I have a feeling both me and David are concerned about is the vampire coming to the wedding. And that is the queen coming to mate us. And there's a lot of these Grunfeld positions where we can get wasted. You know, because the central control will help keep your pieces away from your king. So your knight goes on an adventure, and now rook a b1, I don't know, but Actually, it can't be that bad of a move. Rook AB1. Mm-hmm. Fine.
Oh, it could be terrible. It's
But if
looking-
Rook D7's the move, he calls that forced because he's worried about his pawn. Now the queen gets to go where she wants to.
Mm.
And now knight D3.
Okay, but was it forced? Look at knight d3 without the rook d7 move.
Well, he has a reasonable worry that this guy's hanging. Now, how impressive it is, I don't know, but it is a worry.
Oh, I was thinking then I would take on f4 and then take on d4.
No, not so pleasant for a peasant. Rook D7, I don't know.
No, I was going to a2.
You might get mated here, my friend. You might get mated.
But you know I need that pawn on a2.
I mean,
Well,
worst case scenario, you can
wow.
play Rook A7 here, but I have a feeling he's got better. Okay, but let's say that, let's go back here for a second. So this is very interesting. I think me and David both believe in the white position. A simplistic way for white to play this particular position would be to play bishop e5. And the intuition there is to say that this is your best defender, and especially now that we've got your e-pawn, we're going to try to mate you. And those look hard to deal with.
Bishop e5 will look like a mate.
Right, and then, you know, if you kick me around, I'll play queen h4 and stuff. And I think, so the critique on rook ab1, maybe not a terrible move, but the critique is like he's obsessing over winning a pawn instead of now what is now the urgency, which is mate.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
And I didn't think I had, like, you know, an advantage for black in that line. I played with knight d3. I was just trying to survive compared to if instead of rook b1, white plays bishop e5 or queen h4, I felt like death was coming for me.
So here we go, rook d7. Maybe David's knight d3 is more circumspect because this looks scary. But white does have a question now, what to do. He plays knight g5. And my first thought here would be bishop h6. Looks a little rough to deal with, honestly. And so the idea would be that if queen d8, that we're going to say knight g5 is difficult.
Yeah, and you don't even need knight g5, Jesse. You could potentially play bishop g5, queen move, rook fd1, and just say that knight's dead.
Yeah,
or you could even trade the queen, trade the bishop on g7, play rook d1, and say the knight's dead. I mean...
Okay, but this is an interesting thing because I'm certain, well, I'm not certain, but I'm going to say white probably felt that if he got his queen to h7, he would be winning. But this is a common problem, is that it sometimes isn't winning. It sometimes isn't winning. And now bishop a2. So this is called the balls of steel variation. And yeah, let's say the obvious. Sometimes when we have an unopposed bishop in the fianchetto, the queen can prove to be a tourist. Now, this position is still hot. We got to say that. It's still very hot. Bishop h3. Do I like this move? I'm not sure. Because I love trading that thing off.
By the way, I was thinking rook d4 instead of bishop a2. Just a thought.
Totally thought. e5. Now that, I got to say it. Whether right or wrong, I'm going to say that's the power move right there. He should at least try it. And now black saves his coconut with rook e7. And you write rook d4. I was worried about knight e6 leading to a draw. Wow. Holy smokes. Whew. Oh, that's heat. That's heat. Okay. I want to give him super props there, David. Maybe
What about
there's...
rook f4 now? Oh, the queen's hanging, so you can't take on e6. Yeah, good job. Good job.
Can I get away with this?
With what?
Bishop e5.
You get checked on g8, f7, and f8.
f7 and f8.
Yep. Oh, you're going to d6. Right.
But you know what?
You'll still lose to fe5 check. You drop the queen.
Also, queen a8 followed by rook b7 might be painful.
Yeah, but queen f7 is the end of the game.
Yeah.
When I said check, it was actually mate.
Okay. So first of all, props to your opponent for playing e5.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a drug here.
Yeah.
And rook e7.
This game gets hectic here.
Yeah.
I also want to say, Jesse, after rook d4, I didn't see a defense against bishop e6 either.
Oh, that could be hot as well. Yeah.
I didn't see like a move. I was thinking maybe black would double rooks, bishop takes f7, rook d1 check. But it looked like the bishop on g7 was trapped and the king more or less trapped as well.
Right.
So.
And here white has a problem with tempo because it is not time to play bishop g4. And the first move black should be looking at, I think, is f5. White should be looking at f5.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I mean, presumably black has to play bishop e5, queen e5.
Something like that, yeah. But as they say in Game of Thrones, you know, the night is dark and full of terrors. Mm-hmm. Okay, too slow. Probably a good move. Oh, now this scares me a little bit because your queen's going out for a journey. Maybe, like you say, maybe you got nothing better. Yeah, it's frightening to me. So queen v6.
I suppose you could start pushing your a pawn as well, but that is also rather slow.
Look at this game, dude. e6, whack. And dude, he just doesn't care anymore and plays ef7. Rook d1, bishop d1, bam. White's getting real fancy. Look at this move, bishop c2. I don't know. It's hard to believe. c5. Bang! Oh, beautiful play. And I think you have everything covered. Look at that. We'll just take a little wow, Vaus.
Oh, the queen's covering everything.
Everything, Vaus. Everything.
And the walk.
Let's just go on a little wow, bud. That wasn't it. That's a good move. Just go for a little wow, Vaus. Bam! Check to the miserable king. Oh, that was great, dude.
There's no relaxing ever in this game.
This game's hot. This game's hot. And by here, let's just say when we look at the time graph, I'll just show that again real quick. It was hot. Both players, well, especially White, was just running on the increment. Yeah. David, I got to run, boss.
Yeah.
I got to run. I will say this.
too.
You could either reboot this. You want to finish the rest of the grad show?
Nah, it's time to hit the gym.
You going to go hit the gym, boss? What
Of
you doing at
course.
the gym, dude?
Monday through Friday.
Nice. I didn't know that you had taken up the gym. All right.
Yeah.
I want to hear all about it at some point. I'm going to go to the gym myself.
All right.
Then I got to go get those dirty animals. So,
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
going to raid somebody.
Do it.
That's great. Chess Sharks, friends of the dojo. Chess Sharks came and visited us too when he was just a young Mormon lad. Came with his mom to the chess house. And the mom, you know, she didn't eat. She probably was disgusted by the couch that David was talking about. But she was cool. She didn't say anything. All right, I'm going to raid him. Bye. David,
Cheers,
that was fun,
everybody.
man. That was real fun.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out
Excellent.
of here.